Welcome to this session, which is interesting session, assessment center. And you don't have to hear a lot from me because there'll be a lot of activity. You would be processing your own behavior data. So it's a combination of both knowledge and skill so that there's greater takeaway. Because ultimately this assessment is all about observing behaviors. That's the key of this program. Okay. Before I actually start, how many of you are familiar with assessment center, or what do you know about assessment center? Just to get an understanding from you all. Anybody who's heard this word assessment center? Two, anybody who's actually gone through an experience of assessment center?
I I I just know that we assess a candidate against the job.
Rahul, a little louder. Rahul.
I all I know is we assess the candidate against the job role.
Okay. Okay. You are saying that we assess the candidates against the job role. Okay. Anyone else?
What
Any
I know,
behavior.
ma'am, is this
Yeah.
what I know
Um,
that if like we have a PIP or something in the company, once the performance appraisal is done, so wherever someone is lacking, if there is an assessment center, we will send it to them. So where they are lacking and all this, they people find out and they get trained on those areas where they are lacking.
okay. Okay. So you are saying it is more like understanding the gaps and then filling the
Yeah,
gaps, right?
correct, correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else? Manoj was mentioning something.
So Nirmala ji, assessment center predominantly is done for recruitment purpose. If I'm not
Mhm,
correct in that case, please correct me. And
mhm,
development center is something that we use to do the IDPs for the participants.
mhm,
I have a
mhm.
working knowledge of it because since being into training since so many years, I have done and prepared a complete development, you can say, centers for most of the levels within the organization, from retail store people till, let's say, senior managers,
Mhm,
wherein I have
mhm,
actually used some of those concepts.
mhm.
For example, the role plays and the in-tray activities.
Excellent.
Again, I don't
Okay.
have an
Excellent.
qualification or a training in that, but because of working knowledge and previous experiences, I
Mhm.
have developed these things.
Okay, excellent, excellent. Okay, so, yeah, somewhere yes and no kinds. Some had an understanding, some maybe still not there. But today's and tomorrow's session will actually clarify in terms of knowledge and also give you the skills to even design an assessment center and go ahead with it. Okay, to connect the dots of the session one and session two with session three today, we started off with saying that the key to performance is competencies, right? We talked about that ultimately in an organization, if the organization's focus is to ensure that there is very high performance, okay, then the key to performance is competencies. So if you have the required competencies in the organization, which include core and functional and role specific competencies, it can predict performance. This is what we talked about. Then we also talked about how do we identify those competencies, right? We said competency mapping for core competencies. How do we map core competencies? Anybody? Quick. It's like a quiz. From where do we derive core competencies for an organization?
Vision, mission.
Say, for
Vision and
example,
mission,
creativity, innovation,
values,
cutting from vision,
value.
mission, values. So they are
Yeah.
translated into core competencies because
Competency.
this is what the organization's focus is. I'm so sorry. This is what is the organization's focus. And so, therefore, it is derived from the vision, mission, and values. Now,
Yes.
functional competencies from the respective functions and role specific competencies from the
Sure.
role job descriptions. If you recall in the last session when we did competency mapping for roles, We looked at the job description, right? We through a job analysis, we could also do through ONET, and then created job descriptions, and then we mapped competencies by doing two things. What is it? One was job element
Oh,
analysis. Why do we do job element analysis? To map functional competencies. When I say functional competencies, what competency?
attitude.
Knowledge and skill.
At- Attitude.
Functional competencies, job element analysis. We did job element analysis. The job description, the various tasks were bucketed or sorted into different elements, and then the knowledge and the skill required for those elements we captured, both at a threshold and a differentiating. Are you able to
Yes, yes,
recall
yes.
everybody?
Yeah.
Threshold and differentiating,
Income
or
statement.
no?
Yes.
Or is it again something new? Rahul? Yeah,
I'm able to recall.
Yeah.
recall. Okay.
Yeah.
Then
Mm.
we said, then how do you map behavioral competencies? The functional competencies, which are technical competencies, you do a job element analysis. But for the behavioral competencies, there were two methods. One is the open assessment method, and the other is the inventory method. In an open assessment method, we take critical incidents, analyze them, we take samples of both. What does the average performer do, and how does he differentiate from a good performer? And then we will look at the behavioral competencies, okay, through critical incident technique. But we also said there's another method called inventory method, where we use what? Qualcomm. We use the Qualcomm behaviors, where it was researched. It's an off-the-shelf product. And we also looked at those 4 buckets into which we can also look at what are those behavioral competencies which are required for this job. So we did that entire exercise, right? So
Yes.
ultimately, what is very, very key when we say a competency has to be observed and it has to be measurable, right? What cannot be observed cannot be measured. Yes or no?
Yes.
What cannot be observed, a behavior, cannot be measured. So you can say Murugan is a great leader, but I need to know what are those observable behaviors. What are those
Observe.
observable behaviors? Only then I can measure them and then say, yes, Murugan is a great leader. You agree?
Yes.
Say, for example, I was putting all of you together and I will say, hey, I'm going to give you a topic. The topic is, should we discuss what diversity, equity, and inclusion? Today it's a big thing, DEI. I'm sure in most of your organization, you are talking about diversity, equity, and inclusion. So do you think certain percentage of women should be given reservation? So we can talk about it as a leaderless group. Then if I see and I'm observing, so somebody will be very quiet, someone will just make some jotting, and at the end of it, suddenly Pratya Lahari will say, okay, well, can I do the summation of this entire discussion? I have actually jotted these points. This is the summary of this entire discussion. So what have I observed? That means Pratya was listening, observing, he summed it up, and he's also giving his recommendations. So I say, hey, he is emerging as a leader. Huh? So observable behaviors, then we can conclude without behavior being observed, I can't conclude that he is a good listener, or he is a good negotiator, or he is a good communicator. Can I do that? Anybody? Can I do that? Without observing behavior, I can't conclude. Okay.
Good.
So when we talk about assessment center, it's very interesting. Assessment center, as you know, assessment means evaluation. Now, a lot of you said we use in selection. So how do we go about selecting people? Typically,
Group
Typically,
discussion
huh?
or role play.
How
Group
do, no,
discussion or role play.
in your recruitment, typically, how do we do selection? How do we give an offer to a candidate saying that, hey, you have been hired? Typically, what is the method we use? Typically,
Typically, we will interview based on our job roles.
interviewing method. Typically,
Interviewing
what do
method,
we
yeah.
do? Interviewing method. And when I say interviewing method is what? Typically, I'll call him, I'll ask him questions. No? Obviously, if I've called somebody for an L&D manager, I will ask him questions. Have you done training programs? How many have you done? What kind of programs have you done? How do you design your content? From where do you bring your how do you do your behavioral training, technical training, everything through question. What am I assessing? A knowledge. Maybe at best, I will assess the skill by saying, okay, fine. Why don't you present for 10 minutes a small session, on maybe conflict resolution or maybe on negotiation, and I will assess his certain skills, felicitation skills, or handling questions, handling audience, etc. But, but can I actually also just get a handle on his behaviors just by asking questions? Are you a great team member? Manoj will say, yes, ma'am, I'm a great team member. I can actually collaborate very well with stakeholders. Who will say no? Huh? I'll say, Murugan, are you very good at very good at what? Negotiation? I'm very good at negotiation, ma'am. I have done so many wage settlements, etc., etc. Nobody will say in interview that I am not good. But how do you know he's good? Just by asking him questions and he answering, how do I know it's good? Can I predict that he will be able to perform for the job I have interviewed? May or may not. There is no prediction, no predictability, no reliability, no validity. Therefore, so in terms of selecting people, assessment center has a higher success rate, higher prediction. Why? Because higher prediction for performance for the job you are interviewing. Why? Because you are not only using just those interviewing technique by knowledge and skill, you are using many other simulation exercises which are equivalent to what he experiences in a job. Only when I put a person, for example, if I were to know Murugan is a great negotiator, because for an IR person, he has to be a great negotiator. He should be giving in an assessment center certain kind of negotiation exercises where he is able to do the same thing. Simulation. Simulation means putting you into something which is almost similar to what you do on a day-to-day basis in the job. Are you with me now?
Yeah.
That's why assessment center. It is not my decision to select. Is not based on just one interviewing questions, a set of 4 or 5 interview questions. Okay, fine, he's very good. But after 3 months, oh my God, this guy doesn't even get along well with his team members. He can't even uh, collaborate. You will find a lot of other things. So you only said, oh, he's great in an interview and all that. But so therefore, when you put, so assessment center, we'll come to that. I'm just giving you a little understanding. So when you put this person in a situation where literally like a situation where you are doing a job, then you are able to assess him better because you are able to observe those behaviors. Are you with me?
Yes.
So assessment center, what is it? Yep. So what is an assessment center? It is a set of lot of simulation exercises, okay, which are, I will explain to you. This is a very interesting diagram. Which it could be group discussion, it could be a case studies, role plays, in basket exercise, etc. A lot of job simulation, which will actually look at what a person, what is he supposed to be doing in his job. So it will simulate the entire thing so that you are able to assess and predict whether he is going to perform just as the way you want to perform on the job. Okay, just to give you this very interesting. So what happens? A pictorial thing. So typically what happens before the assessment center, there will be assessors, means who will observe. Assessors are people who will observe. What will they observe? The behaviors which are simulated and which the candidates, when they perform these simulation exercises, they will demonstrate or they will show some behaviors. So these assessors, what will they do? Say, for example, there are 6 assessors. Okay. Now you will have candidates. There could be 12 candidates, there could be 20 candidates, but the ratio of the candidates typically 1:2 or 1:3 because it is expensive. So that one assessor can at least observe 2 or 3 candidates. I can't observe many people, right? So typically what happens when you're doing an assessment center, the assessment center, you are only doing for one particular job. Okay. You can't do for several jobs. Please be very clear. So that means I'm doing an assessment center for the recruitment manager. Okay. Think about it. So I'm going to have a lot of 10 candidates, 15 candidates, and I will put them through an assessment center. Okay. It is not that all these candidates are being interviewed for several positions. No, it will be only for one position. So in assessment center, typically you do an assessment center when there are volumes. You don't do an assessment center when there is a position at a senior level, just one person, and you're going to put him through. Because the senior level people will have a very different intensive process. Okay. Now, having said that, so here, if you see these assessors are now looking at these 12 candidates. Now, what are those exercises being given here? So, an assessment center is a process where you are selecting candidates for a particular role, putting them through various multiple evaluation exercises, multiple simulation exercises. Now here, if you can see how many exercises, 5 exercises, group discussions, case study, role play, presentations in basket. Now, typically what happens when you're doing an assessment center, they're focused mostly for behavior. As regards the technical round, typically they do it in the first stage before even they come to the assessment center, because you don't want people who are not competent enough technically to go through a behavioral. So this is the second stage. Okay. So once you have done that, then what happens? They will collect all the data, they'll integrate the data, and then a report is given. If it is an assessment center, means it is used only for selection. Assessment center, AC, it's used only for selection. Then as per the policy, may or may not be, the report may not be given to the candidates. They will only say, yes, we are hiring you or we are not hiring you. Okay. But Manoj said development center. There is a slight difference in development center. When we talk about a development center, what is it? The purpose is different. Assessment center purpose is selection. Development center purpose is for identifying the development needs. Sorry. Say, for example, I want to promote level 1 people to level 2. So before that, I want to assess them and identify the gaps. So where I will actually put them through an assessment center where I will be taking the criteria will be for L2 so that I understand what are the gaps, because before I promote him, I want to train him up. Okay. So sometimes you can run a development center for a current job or for succession planning or for training and development identification or for promotion. We will be doing that. I'll show you the process just to give you an understanding. So assessment center, anybody can give me one line now just to get for a feedback that you have understood what is an assessment center. Anybody who can give me a little one line answer? Let me see.
Assessment center is for selecting candidates or selecting people.
Absolutely. Yes,
Yeah.
one is selecting candidates using
Yeah.
using multiple
Multiple
job
behavioral activities,
simulation
job
exercises
simulation exercises. Yeah.
so that it can predict candidates who can perform better for the position. That's the purpose. Okay. So let us just look at it now.
Ma'am,
Yeah, yes,
um,
somebody was
ma'am, suppose if it's for a generalistic role, whether this assessment center, for example, for entry level job and all, we can suggest to go for assessment center
absolutely,
or
absolutely. Lot of organizations today, say for example, the very good organizer, tomorrow you will be doing a real live case very soon. So at an entry level also, after having screened, filtered, you know what the meaning of filtration? That means when you have lot of applications, you do filtration. That is by actually, first of all, using a 60% cutoff. Then lot of resumes will be, screened. Then again, you say, okay, then you give a knowledge test. Again, you can have a second filter. Then a prelim, just a first level interview. Then you'll have few applications. They will then do an assessment center for those applications, for those limited number of resumes, so that you are able to hire the best. So you can do at an entry level, but depends on the organization's policy, recruitment policy, how um, robust and to what extent they want the fitment and to what extent they want predictability. Like for example, to my knowledge, all the multinationals and very good organizations actually take people through an assessment center to give them the offers, even at an entry level. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Murugan. Just to give you a little understanding
Just
about,
to
yeah. Mm.
just to give a little bit of help from my side to Murugan is like, for example, see, I'm coming from a retail background, retail fashion. Now we have a bulk of recruitment happening when for the salespeople. Now for salespeople, we have 1,000 CVs for one position. So what Nirmala ji have said, so we filter it out. Then we have the last, let's say, for example, 30, 40 people. Then we do two activities, role play and group discussion. And the reason is we want to see how the customer service, communication, difficult, how to handle difficult customers. Again, within the similar kind of a setup. So we don't use all 5 activities, but we only use 2 activities just to see those behaviors on those people, basically for the retail staff.
As Manoj said, just to, you receive so many for sales. Okay. You go through a filtration process, you filter them. Then you say, hey, now 50 people are there. But I still want to ensure, because customer orientation or, customer handling is something which if I train the person, he may not. I want to actually understand, does he really have that, underlying characteristic of customer sensitivity, customer orientation, handling, empathy, and all that. And also, I can't immediately train people in communication. And in a sales job, you're all the time communicating with the client. And now not written communication. You will test written communication for somebody who is working back end, but you will test oral communication, ability to communicate, listen, all that won't happen overnight. So therefore, you would definitely like to do an assessment center where you will say, hey, now you role play. You will be, I will be the client or the customer, and I have a grievance. Now, how you will handle it? I will then, identify those behaviors and see how is he handling this, or this is I will give you something, this classic thing, and please sell this to me. How will you sell it? Such like things. So this is how it's being done. All right. Yeah.
Yeah.
So to give you a little history about assessment center, it was not that, it just started. Even right from the time, even when we had World Wars, to select the right kind of people, with the right traits and dimensions. When I say dimension means it's the behavior, right? Behaviors. So even in World War, the Japanese and the Germans and even the British civil service were doing some sort of an assessment center to hire their officers. And in fact, a lot of research had been done. From there on, the corporates took on, and AT&T was the first company to actually start this assessment center in a big way, to ensure that the right kind of, they were able to assess for the right kind of behaviors, which they had started using typically for growth, management growth. But ultimately, then as in the recent times, assessment centers with the technology help, they have really, become in much more richer in terms of virtual. Now, assessment centers are run virtually also. Not necessary that you have to actually do a physical kind of an assessment center. So most of the organizations are using virtual assessment centers online for selection, for promotion, and for most of the HR processes. So that, again, ultimately the key is so that you can actually predict. The predictability is very, very important in selecting whether he is able to, whether in selecting we are able to predict the right kind of people who can perform better on the job. Yeah. So having said that, I'll just take you all through. Okay, let me just show you. This will be very interesting.
Ma'am, can I ask you one thing?
Yeah.
So in the assessment center, is it possible that all the or few of the assessees are together, or it is always like individual?
I will tell you. I'll just take you through the design of the assessment center. I'll come back to this flow chart. Very interesting. I'll talk about it. Okay. So that was just to set that, background of assessment center. So what is it? It is an evaluating and assessing process typically for job candidates to determine their suitability for a specific role. Now, what are the elements? What are the elements which are there in an assessment center? A, it uses variety of testing techniques. Okay. It uses, as I said, group discussions. It uses psychometric tests. We will be doing that. It uses psychometric. It will use even for skill-based. It will use for behaviors, etc. Then the interesting part is that it is done in standard conditions. So you are identifying what are those behaviors required. You are creating a variety of techniques, and then you are watching candidates, what kind of behaviors are they demonstrating, and you are capturing those behaviors and analyzing them. Okay, let us just see what they are. Now, the very important thing in an assessment center is if the tests, variety of tests are not created around the relevant behaviors which are required, then your assessment center becomes what? It is not very successful. So what is very important, just to again go back to Manoj's example, he said, when we are hiring salespeople, so that means what I need to do? I have to actually go through his job description and do an analysis of the job, saying that, hey, what are those critical competencies or behavior which are required to perform huh? In a superior way. So therefore, what will I do? Even before creating an assessment center, Manoj may be doing, saying, what does an average performer do? What does a superior performer do? And what is the difference that the superior performer does, which the average performer does not do? Or what does it take for the sales job to be a good performer or a superior performer, which the average performer does not do? So then I will identify those, and then I will create those simulation exercises. If I do not take into consideration this, what analyzing the job, looking at what is the differentiator, and I'm just creating some techniques, do you think then I will be able to evaluate the people, and then ensure that the right people are assessed, the right behaviors are assessed. So the entire thing goes wrong. So what is very, very vital, critical? That means analyzing the job. What are those critical behaviors which go for a good or a superior performer? Identify those competencies and the behaviors, and create the basket of exercises or the simulation exercises around it. Only then you are able to predict then, and also ensure that you are going to select the right candidate. So that's what we said, job analysis of relevant behaviors. Any question here? Very, very critical thing I gave. So, you have to actually look at a good performer and a average performer. Murugan, are you with me now? Huh?
Yes, yes.
Supposing I want to hire a IR manager, I'll say, hey, I want to actually take them through an assessment center. First of all, I will go to Murugan's organization, and then in the context of that organization, say, what does it take to be a very good IR guy, which the average does not do? Then I will list out those behaviors, and then I will create job what simulation exercises. Got it? Okay.
Yes.
So we are using, and then once we have done that, then I'm actually creating what observation for each of those dimension. When I said dimension means behavior, dimension means behavior. I will just show you this, what exactly it is. Okay, 1 second. Let me just, so just to give you, how do we go about designing an assessment center? Step 1, I'm conducting a job analysis to understand the job description. Okay. Then I'm actually looking at the competency frameworks. You cannot do an assessment center without competencies. Some people say we'll assess, we are taking them through assessment center. But if you don't have competencies for that particular role which you're doing, I'm so sorry, you can't do an assessment center. You have to identify competencies and key behaviors, what it takes to be a good performer. Okay. Now, having done that, then we will go through all this. These are some of the exercises I have put: role play, in basket, group discussion, presentation, written exercises, psychometric testing, because you want to understand, what kind of a person is he. Interviews. Interviews are typically behavioral event interviews. Then what you do? Then you are also customizing these exercises to your industry. For a retail guy, you will have retail, in that context. You can't say for a manufacturing, you will have different kind of simulation exercises. You can't say for everything, I will have the same kind of exercises, because the context matters. Then we talked about behavioral indicators. Why are behavioral indicators for those competencies important? Why did we write using behavioral indicators?
That will give the right set of evaluation for each person. Otherwise, we will not be doing, like, we don't have indicators, then we will not be doing the right job in that
As
case.
I said earlier, behaviors are those basic building blocks which will tell you if I say this person is negotiation skills. But what is that behavior? What kind of a behavior is he supposed to demonstrate or show up? So you can't observe unless and until the behavioral indicators are mentioned. That's why behavioral indicators are very, very important. Okay, so you will understand when I take you through an example. Let us take you through an example. We'll do a small role play, all right? And
Yes.
yeah, I want two people who will be ready to be my Deepshika, okay, and Manoj. So the situation is, Manoj, you are a customer service representative at a retail store, okay? Mr. Smith has come in with a complaint. And who is Mr. Smith? Deepshika. So to forget about Smith, I can put it as Deepshika has come with a complaint. She's a customer, about a defective product they have purchased a week ago. Okay. You have to listen to the
Sure.
customer's complaint, Manoj, empathize with the situation and resolve it. You have to have a resolution. Now, what are the resources available with you? Because you are retail, you'll know typically. So you have policies of the store. Then you have just a computer system to check the order, processing, exchanging policy, etc., etc. And you have 10 minutes to resolve the issue. Okay. Now, observers, don't think you have nothing to do and just watch it. Let me show you. Now, I will be briefing 1 second. What you need to do is, observers, will you just write, or if you want to click it? So communication, empathy, problem solving, professionalism, conflict resolution. These are the things all the observers you have to make a note of. You have to give a rating and you have to give comments. Okay. How this is a test for whom? Manoj. Don't analyze Deepshika. This is for Manoj. Okay. So typically, if you can, so communication skills. What are the indicators? Behavioral indicators. You can actually click if you want. Clarity. Clearly articulates. Listening. He is listening. Body language. Tone and manner. Feedback. So these are the things. These are the indicators. Behavioral indicators. Empathy. So I want Murugan to do communication skills.
Okay.
Then I want Rahul. Rahul, are you there, Rahul? Rahul?
I'm here.
Yeah. I want you to observe empathy and customer focus. Okay?
Sure.
Understanding, patience, reassurance. Okay, follow up. Then I want one more person. I think Pratya is there?
Yes,
Let me
yes,
just-
I'm there.
I want
I'm
you to
there.
do problem solving. Got it? Problem
Got it.
solving. And if there is any more, one more, or one of you can take one more. Professionalism. Okay? And Murugan can take conflict resolution, because in IR you have a lot of conflict resolution. Okay? You can take a click actually. Now, as I said, you can put them under this. Who is doing communication? So whether he is basic, proficient, or advanced. Are you with me? Your rating
Yeah.
scale. 1, 2,
Okay.
3. You can click it if you want to. Okay? Who's doing communication? Murugan?
Yeah, myself only.
Yeah. So have you taken, I can make it a little bigger if you want.
Yes.
Have you done it?
Yeah.
Have you taken
Can
a
you go
picture?
back?
Yeah, I
I
will go
just
back if you want. Huh? What you want to do?
I want the communication part.
Yeah. See. Okay?
Just 1 second. I'll make
Okay?
it click.
Okay?
Okay.
Even
Yes.
others. Manoj, now are you getting me? How we are actually going to, do the thing. So it is not that they just go through an assessment center. It is very well planned. It has, the indicators. First of all, understanding of communication skills, right? Empathy, I think I gave somebody empathy. Problem solving, professionalism, and conflict resolution. Now, I want you all to just do this. Under communication skills, basic, proficient, advanced.
Okay.
Okay. Now, can I go to this? Empathy, customer focus, basic, proficient, advanced. Okay. You can just click then when you're observing, you can just make a tick. What behavior are you observing? Problem solving, again, basic. You have this with you. I have already sent it to you. So you can
Yes.
actually refer to your own document. Okay, this is the situation. Manoj is a customer service representative. All right. And as I said, this Deepshika has come. She's saying that is a defective product and she has a complaint. And you have 10 minutes. How are you going to resolve it? You want some
Okay.
time to make your own notes? Or now, can we start?
Store.
Yeah, I have
Fashion.
bought this purchased
I'll,
this dress a week ago, but after reaching,
yes.
after going home, when I was trying to give it a try, I have seen there's a hole in the dress. So
Oh, okay.
you
Okay.
don't have a quality check department who does the quality check and then it comes to the store, or what it is. So what
I'm
can you
sorry, ma'am. Extremely sorry for that. And definitely I will look into this. Can I see the dress?
Yeah, sure. Yeah, please take this.
Okay. Okay. So give me a few minutes. Let me also check with my supervisor about why this has happened. Is it okay for a few minutes?
Yeah, it's okay. I want the same dress only and today only.
Okay. Okay. Let me check it out. Please have a seat in the store, or you can go through the store if you want. Give me a few minutes. I will come back to you.
Yeah, thank you.
Sure. So again, I will come back to you with the dress and with the answer. So, ma'am, I have actually spoken with my manager. And do you have the invoice for this?
You don't have this in your system. I have my mobile number. Can you find it out from
Okay,
the mobile number?
sure. I can always check it out. So, can you give me your mobile number?
Yeah, sure. This
Okay.
9823 dot
Yeah.
dot dot dot.
Okay. Okay. So you have bought this dress around 2 weeks back, and
Oh no,
okay.
it's around 8 days only.
Yeah, okay. As per the system, it's 2 weeks. No problem. We can still exchange it. It's within the permissible limit of the 1 month, you can say, return and exchange policy. I'm sorry for that. And so this is the exact dress that I have bought for you. The same size is available with us, and this is the dress for you. Is it okay? You can check
Yeah,
again
it's
if
fine.
you want.
Yeah, it's fine. I'll check. I'll go to the trial room and try, and then only I'll take it.
Sure. Take your time, please.
Yeah.
Okay. Are you satisfied with the dress?
Yeah, Manoj. I tried it. It's fine. There is no issue.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Do you want to try something else? We have new collection these days in the store.
No, not today. I'm in hurry. Maybe next time.
Okay, sure. I
Thanks
will
for your
keep you in
support.
touch. I think we have your number, so you will be receiving some kind of promotions. And I think we have got a sale coming up in the next few days. So most welcome to the store.
Yeah, of course. I'll check it out.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Great. Okay. Here, I must say, Deepshika was a very polite customer. Huh, Manoj? Easy to handle her. Huh? You haven't got a rough
You
customer.
you
I
can
know some.
you you could have given me a customer, then I could have given them real examples, that what
Huh?
we have faced every day.
I'll tell you what, many a times there are such rough customers when your internet is disrupted. You should see the way you will get it from the, you know.
Yeah, sure, sure, sure. We have seen,
I
I've seen it
get it right
personally also.
away. What
Yes.
has happened? What has happened to the ticket? So now let us actually look at the idea of actually making you all do just a role play is when I'm using a job simulation, let me now understand from Murugan. I gave him communication skills. Now, where will you, what will you say about his communication skills?
So actually, coming to communication part, there was a clarity with Manoj to give the proper response to the customer. First, he has understand. So what's the exact issue? What the Deepshika was undergone,
You should thank
and
Deepshika. She wasn't too much, so it was a smooth journey
yeah,
for
he,
him. Okay, yeah.
very easy
Okay.
customer.
So was he listening actively
Yeah. Actually, he was actively listening, but
without
my point here
interrupting?
is without interrupting, and the body language it was missing. Maybe in the over the screen, maybe that could be
Yeah,
a
because of virtual, you can't
concentration.
make out. Okay.
Yeah,
How was
yeah,
that
that is
tone? tone? Polite?
Tone is polite. It was very flat. So there is no ups and downs. Maybe he was more empathized towards the the customer. Hope so. So
So did he ask
has maintained.
clarifying questions? Did he
Yes.
ask questions? Huh?
One thing, the
So
root
where
cause
will
of
you
the
put him on a rating scale of, basic? Where will you put him? Say basic, proficient, or advanced?
is proficient. I can mention proficient because root
Right.
cause of the
Right.
issue he has not,
Ah.
he didn't explore. Second is multiple options. Option also he has given. That is one good observation I did. He gave some good options. See, different type of options. Whether he can able to replace the product or some. I couldn't
Right.
able to recollect that. Also he has
Right.
mentioned.
Right.
And,
So you would say somewhere between proficient and advanced in communication
yes.
skills, right?
Yes.
Okay,
Yes,
good.
yes.
So Manoj, you passed that communication test. Now let us come to problem, empathy and customer focus. Who was supposed to do empathy and customer focus?
I was supposed to look into it.
Pratya. So here is it.
Uh,
So I
no,
put
No,
it up on the
problem
board.
solving
Yeah.
is mine.
No. Should we take empathy first? Who is doing
Yeah.
empathy and customer focus? Yeah.
I'm doing it.
Rahul, I think, right? Yes,
Yes.
Rahul. What would you say about his empathy and customer focus?
Okay.
Where would you
so,
put him? Basic, advanced, or proficient? Huh?
Only area he didn't touch base is personalization. I mean, he didn't call the customer with her name referring to a specific. Rest he touch base, that is understanding, patience, reassurance, and follow up.
Follow-up was also there, right? So
Right.
where would you put him? Typically, if you were to rate him, you would say basic or proficient or advanced?
I wanted to say advanced, but he just missed that personalization thing. That's it.
So you missed that. Okay, good. But see, this is just to give you a feel of how do you rate a particular competency. You can't rate a particular competency without observing the behavior. That is what I'm trying to make a point. I'm trying to make a point saying that you just can't say, hey, he's very good in communication skills. He's 2. Or in empathy, he's 2. Unless and until you are able to give indicators, behavioral indicators, that I observed these indicators. So therefore, in assessment center, you have to have these indicators much before you actually start observing. You have to have everything in place, which we will show you when you're designing an assessment center. Okay, let us see problem solving. Who is supposed to
Yeah.
observe problem solving?
Yes.
Pratya,
Yeah.
tell me.
Yeah. So what I have found that see in the
Found or observed?
few minutes discussion that problem solving, I cannot say that it should be resolved or do any analysis or any decision because it's a very short
Short one. Yeah.
short
But
one.
yet, just to give you a feel of it, what would you say? He definitely did some analysis, what
Right.
happened, etc. Right?
Right.
Trying to identify the causes. He gave options saying that you can actually choose
Yes.
another dress if you want to.
Right.
So
Right.
there was a decision which was made. No, there resourcefulness was there. So implementation. So therefore, you can actually say basic, advanced, or proficient. You can say proficient
Basic.
again. Okay, because
Proficient.
the
Yeah.
role play was very short.
Short.
So
Right.
so now you are observing that, hey, how can I actually tell a person in a particular competency whether he is at 1, whether he's at 2 or 3, only when I observe certain behaviors. And behaviors are predetermined. Okay, they are predetermined. And that's why we say standard. So when you are observing 10 people, you are able to make out Manoj or Pratya or Deepshika. So I'm actually making all of them do this exercise. And then I'm able to see who is better, who is demonstrating higher behavioral indicators. Are you with me now? Okay, let us do one more. That is, I think I had somebody doing this who, um, professionalism. Who is doing professionalism? Or let us do conflict resolution. Who is doing conflict? Murugan only. Conflict.
I think Murugan.
Yes, Murugan.
Yeah.
No? Because I thought IR and I think I asked you to do it. Huh?
Yes. So, he was again,
Conflict. Yeah.
yeah. Uh, Actually, he has shown the proficient way he has resolved that issue, because when the irritated customer came with that, he had addressed it very. He has maintained his tempo and very calmness. First,
So his voice was very calm. If you notice,
yeah,
tone, tell
yes,
me, yes,
there was no
what
upset.
happened? Tell me what is it? There was no
Yeah,
aggressiveness or anger there.
yes.
No?
Definitely, the irritated customer, they won't expect any kind of opposite
Right.
reactions from the.
Yeah.
So
But
he
he
has
was very
maintained that
calm.
calmness. Yes, he was
And then he
maintained
was
the calm.
engaging her so well that he was able to negotiate and then it got resolved. Right?
Yes,
It was
he
not a
was.
question of, yeah.
Yes,
Yeah, you are saying something.
shown the yeah, he was shown the fairness also, because if any mistake is happen from our side, he's ready to accept, and he has given alternate solution to resolve that issues.
Absolutely.
So
Absolutely.
ultimately, the irritated customer, he was satisfied. At least she got convinced. So
Absolutely.
that's why he
So
has.
this was just
He
to
was,
show you, we'll go back to the present. Yeah. So this was just to show you, say for example, if I'm wanting to assess a particular competency, how I can actually use job simulation. Say for example, we used a role play to evaluate, to assess the behaviors. Was that clear now? Just to give you an example of a customer orientation, or customer delight. If you want to assess that, how you can do it through a role play. Okay, so but typically when you are actually doing an assessment center, these are some of the exercises you can use. Say, for example, what do you understand by interview? Self-assessment is you give an opportunity for the candidate. That's the preliminary interview of assessing himself, Interview simulation, which we will be doing even in a competency-based interview, saying that, we will actually ask him questions. It will be an interview method, which again, we'll take it up in the competency-based interview. In-basket exercise. Anybody who's familiar with in-basket exercise? Okay. First, let me explain to you what is an in-basket exercise. In-basket exercise is another simulation on a day-to-day basis. Say, for example, a manager has to handle a lot of things. You have this, in tray or mails coming in, and you have to attend to them. Now, you want to assess typically, hey, how does he plan and organize? How does he take decisions? How does he use his time management? Does he use time management on the basis of, urgent, important? What does he do? So in an in-basket exercise, the simulation, what do they do? They take into account what does this job typically, what does this job do on a daily basis? And then there are set of emails. Some could be important, some could be urgent, some could be delegated. So how does this manager manage all this? Okay, and you are given certain amount of time, and you have to take what? You have to take some action. Okay, to make you do that. Now I want you have this exercise with you. I want you all to do this, and I'll give you a time of 15 minutes only. What is that? You are the recruitment manager of this company. Monday morning, over the weekend, there were several things to be done, tasks. When you come back on a Monday, how your inbox is full of mails. Okay. Now your task is to prioritize and handle them effectively. Now you have to take some action. You have to respond, you have to delegate, you have to do something. Now, so your instructions are prioritize, decision making or do some communication, or how are you going to allocate time management? So in basket items, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. You have 8. Okay. Now what you need to do, you have, how much time should I give you all? Say about 15 minutes is good enough. So no, 10 minutes is good enough. All of you are great people. So quickly, 3:35. All right. I can give you 1 minute to go through this entire thing, but in an assessment center, they won't let you go through. Okay. Now go through these 8 items. Now quickly attend to them. Either, you have to attend to them. Either you have to delegate, or take action, or do something. Okay. I want to see a response for every item. Your time starts now. In fact, if you go through this, I sent you 2 documents. You can have a look at it, because I want you all to get a feel of how do you do an in-basket. So just go through it. If this is not the one, I will just empathy. Yeah. Can you go through your what is it, in-basket exercise? I will also share that. These are the items, and how will you actually do that?
In basket, yeah.
I want you to get a feel of it. That's why I'm asking you to do this. Can you share the screen, Manoj? Then we can take your as a case in point and discuss for everybody. Okay. So typically, I said in basket means you are testing how does he manage his time. So you give him some letters, some memos, some amount of information, and you want all that to be done within a specific time. And what are the kind of competencies you think are assessed typically when we do an in-basket exercise? Anybody? Everybody?
It's,
Huh? What kind of
it's time
competencies can be?
managing time,
Prioritize.
managing priorities.
Absolutely.
Prioritizing issues.
Prioritization, very important, because something could be very urgent, no? And some things are important, right? Prioritization. And what else?
Delegation skills,
Absolutely, delegation,
communication skills,
communication, right?
yeah,
Planning and organizing also to a great extent,
planning
right?
and organizing, yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
So say, for example, email from the CEO. So what kind of an action did you take?
So I went through all the tasks first. Then now this is coming from CEO about the urgent.
Exactly.
So then I said,
So
okay, let
this
me
is
put
some
this on the
action you will take
priority.
important. Firstly,
Yeah,
done.
yeah.
Absolutely. You will
Then we
update.
have, yes, we have the HR memo from HR team member for the new recruitment software. So then it was basically about that we need to have a cost and details, and this will be on. So I will schedule a meeting in this coming week with them to
So there are
understand.
2 ways. If you have a team, it's a HR team member, and if you are somebody assistant, you can also give him, delegate it and say, hey, what's happening? Get me more information, etc. And okay,
Yeah.
because based on that time, you are saying good. Okay. Resume.
Application for so somebody has sent me a CV for
Very
a
good.
senior
Very
developer.
good.
So I will send it
We'll
to my
send it to the
recruiter or a recruitment team.
absolutely,
A
absolutely.
recruiter, basically.
Will
Yeah.
others also agree? We'll send it to the
Yes.
recruitment team. Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Report from
Uh,
diversity and inclusion officer.
So then no, we are here actually. Calendar invite
Right.
with the marketing team. Please attend the meeting with marketing team at 2 p.m. to discuss the new campaign. Your inputs is crucial. I will accept only in case I have a free slot.
Prioritization. Absolutely. Absolutely. Right.
Okay. Then
Diversity and
report
inclusion.
to a DI officer. It's like on Friday, please provide feedback before our meeting. So I will block time on Thursday to prepare.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Reminder from the IT department. IT
This
department.
will be, yeah, so this will delegate to my team member. It's like,
Yeah, it
please
can be
ensure
done.
our team
Absolutely.
members update. Yeah. Complaint from hiring manager. So basically delay in recruitment process. We check with the recruiter and provide an
Absolutely. It
explanation.
is a little important because hiring manager, you know how it is.
Yeah.
Key stakeholder. So yes.
Hmm.
Then email from a candidate.
Candidate. Thank you for opportunity last week. Will delegate and follow up with the recruiter.
True. So this,
Yeah.
so hey guys. So yeah. So in a way, in basket exercise helps you how does this person prioritize, delegate, then manages time because you are given strictly, it could be just 20 minutes or 30 minutes, is able to finish all the work. Okay. This is what it is in an in-basket exercise.
Inbox exercise is prioritizing the task. Let it take it in that way. Prioritizing day-to-day affairs.
In basket exercise is like, say, typically, in a day's work, you get memos, you get emails, like when you go to the office, you get all.
Okay.
So how does this man, how is he effective? Will he sit and do everything right from 1, 2, 3, 4, or will he start, going through and saying, oh, this has to be delegated, this is important, I have to do it myself, because everything you can't do, no?
Yes.
So how does he manage his time vis-a-vis the work what he has? How is he able to prioritize activities? Some he may do, some he will delegate, some he will do it later. Okay,
Understood.
so that's called in basket.
Understood.
How do you use up your time in terms of the workload? Because sometimes some people will say, oh my God, I have too much of work. So how is he using up his time? Vis-a-vis the work. All right. And typically for an administrator job, like an HR job, a recruiter manager job, you want to see how does he use this. And in-basket exercise becomes very, very important. And it's a very good exercise wherein you can observe these planning, prioritization, all these behaviors clearly come out. Okay.
So one of the things that I have actually learned about this is like you should not be busy, you should be productive. So in basket activities actually gives you that whether the person is
sense.
thinking that he's busy or he's productive. He or she, of course, is productive.
Absolutely, absolutely, absolutely. The guy who's all the time busy, that means he's not able to delegate, he's not able to prioritize. Okay. When we talk about group exercises can be also like, activities which can be done. And like say, for example, I can give an exercise of building a tower, and I'll give all the material, say, hey, you 4 of you, please build a tower of this size. It should not fall down. It should stay erect for some time. What am I actually evaluating in a group exercise? Essentially, ability for the team to work
team
together.
building, team alignment,
Team building exercise, no?
understanding team
Sharing,
dynamics,
understanding, etc.
Empathy.
Leaderless group discussion. What is this leaderless group discussion? Sometimes you want to look at people, you want to bring them together and say, hey, how do we go about? Please give your recommendations. So everybody is talking. So we want to observe who emerges as a leader. Have you seen this entry-level group discussions where for an MBA, everybody is shouting because they feel that, if I shout, then I am a leader. But a good leader is one who listens, who contributes, right? Who sums up, and who also then comes up with some recommendations. Like, for example, we were doing some assessment center, and let me just tell you, everybody was shouting. Then there was this lady at the end of the discussion time. It's 10 minutes you have, typically. So she says, now she did the summation, and then she jotted all the points and then said, this is the summary of the entire meeting. Could she do the summary of the meeting without listening? That means she was a good listener. right? And then she said, I would also make some recommendation. That means she took the initiative to come out with some kind of a recommendations. So would you consider that person having some leadership qualities as opposed to somebody who was 10 times coming in and going out only shouting? Huh? If you actually seen some group discussions in the MBA interview sessions, oh my God, you will see that people are only shouting, huh? Thinking that they are the
Uh,
leaders. Huh?
But
Yes,
Nirmala
yes.
ji, now
Hmm.
this is where I think education for assessor or understanding of assessor is very critical, because people normally think that when somebody is talking too much or putting words or trying to articulate ideas, that means the guy or the girl is really amazing in terms of leadership. And the
Absolutely.
somebody who's actually doing the last job of jotting down and listening and putting recommendations, people think it's more like a secretary job. Why somebody has to do it? You have to speak. The idea here is that, you know, when you go to the assessor level, the assessor has to be understanding that these are the quality. And your point is right. The behavior competencies are very critical. Like, what are the behaviors that we want to see from this group discussion? That's something which
Absolutely,
assessor
Manoj.
should know. It's
Yes. So we will be coming to that part where when you design assessment center, the assessors, how they have to be very clear on what are the behaviors to be observed. Then they are also trained how to make those their notes, observations will actually go through them. So assessor's role also becomes very, very important here. And that's why they have to be trained as well. Okay. Business games, marketing games, etc., where you are able to do a lot of simulations. Case study, all of I'm sure these days you are given a case, and what are the competencies you can actually test, evaluate, or observe in a case study?
Analysis.
Quick. Huh?
business
Analysis,
acumen, analysis.
business
Analytical
acumen,
skills,
Yeah.
presentation skills,
presentation.
right? Analytical skills. A lot of things can be done through case study. And so presentation and report writing also is done. In fact, many a times you are given a case beforehand. They have to make a presentation and bring their own recommendations as well. Okay. Social events. What is the social events? Have you heard of social events?
No,
No?
I have
So
heard
these
about it,
are,
but I don't know how to do this assessment center in social events.
so in fact, especially for middle level or higher levels, in fact, the Tatas have this culture. So when you are recruiting people, it is just not for, you want to know how do they network, how are they in a social setting. So they typically call them in a social event, and you are observing all the social etiquette. How do they manage themselves? Let me tell you, for higher positions, social events become very, very important. So this is actually an opportunity, to get to know them in a kind of a
Yeah.
social setting. Hmm? Uh, I mean, in fact, how do they talk to people? And this kind of this is checked because mostly for senior people, when they go out, when they talk to people, stakeholders, customers, clients, how are they able to, if that is their major role? Not that everybody is going through a social event. It is especially for people who have client interactions a lot, and they have to meet people even in a social gathering under
Uh,
certain kind of, right?
Yeah, ma'am, I'd like to cite one example. Like
Yeah.
in our company also,
Yeah.
actually, I don't know the terms that it is a social event. Actually, we
Ah,
call the mid-level and senior level people before the
yes.
joining, along with
Yeah.
the
Ah,
board of directors, or they are actually going out having some tea or any kind of social gatherings are there. So
yeah.
they used to call, and they
Ah,
actually observe that how they are culturally fit or not, how they are responding on any particular things. So that actually they are observing. So today actually I got to know it's a social event. It's also assessment center,
no,
but
no,
it
for
is
a lot of
happening.
multinationals have this kind of a thing, where they actually call them and to see if people can really fit into their
Even
culture. into
Even
their culture.
yeah, even ma'am, before my joining here, so actually they called me for one 4-day workshop, and
Okay.
all the senior levels are there, and they're actually chit-chatting, and somebody is observing that how they're reacting and all. It's a 4-day workshop they have done it, so that also
And you
kind
will
of
have actually observers. You won't even know, they must be observing you right from the time you made an
right,
entry into the
right.
time you have an exit. Because they also want to see, is this a person? They want to see your line of, are you aggressive? Are you able to talk smoothly? Are you able to be calm? Is this the senior person who can fit into our culture? That's the kind of a thing. Okay. So, yeah, social events, knowledge tests. So, psychometric tests, integrity tests, role play exercises, physical ability tests. Have you heard of physical ability tests? May
Yes.
not
Warning.
be in a service-oriented retail kind of an organization, but let me tell you, when you go to a manufacturing organization, okay, do you think on the production floor, there will be, if you are employing a girl and you say, hey, will you be able to lift this? Hey, I'm a girl, I can't lift it. There are physical ability tests also, right? Are you able to do them? Interestingly, what is a 360-degree feedback test, which is very common and
Um,
specially used for developmental center? And some of you, if you have heard of DC, then you must be doing 360 degrees feedback.
yeah, we
Have you heard
used
of
to
it?
do.
What is this?
Yes. Actually, we used to do when I was in Ashok Land. So for anybody GM and above, so we used to take a 360 feedback based on the values and cultures. So are they following the company values or not, and the cultures? So from the peers, the subordinates, and their upper level, and from the customer, we are taking some kind of sort of survey and taking the feedback of that particular person.
Okay. Let me also tell you guys that especially 360 degrees feedback used mostly for development center and not for an assessment center. Now, what is 360 degrees feedback? That means getting feedback from your superiors, from your subordinates,
Subordinate.
from your peers, and also from customers. And sometimes people are using also for your vendors also. Okay. Now, why is it used for senior level people, especially 360 degrees feedback? Because at a lower level, your interaction is only to your job. You are an individual contributor. Okay. So not so much. So only team worker, etc. is being assessed. But as you keep growing, in the hierarchy, and when you are senior enough, you have to manage lot of stakeholders, your boss, your peers, your key stakeholders who are external, internal. So typically, if you want to develop, if the organizations wants the senior people to develop, they actually use this 360 degrees feedback, where they are getting what feedback from their stakeholders who are both internal and external, so that you are able to improve this person, the role incumbent. It is not as a penalty or a punishment. It is only for developmental purposes. And the way it is used is, I send out feedback forms to all these people, okay? And they say, we want, and we will give them items and saying that, we will actually would love to have your feedback on this role incumbent or on this employee, to the extent you know about him. Because every role exists because it has certain the stakeholders have certain expectations, and this role has certain offerings to give them. So to that extent, so when I send a feedback form to maybe a peer, the peer will assess him and give feedback in terms of, is he able to give him the offerings which he is supposed to be giving? Is he fulfilling the expectations of his, getting the required input? If not, why, etc., etc. So there is a form. I will actually send you all a 360 degrees feedback form just to get an insight into what all does it have, what are the various elements it will have. It is also called multi-rater feedback. It's the same thing, 360 degrees feedback or multi-rater feedback, what it is. Okay. So I just gave you an insight of, these are the various kind of exercises which are used in an assessment center. Okay. All right. Okay. So just before the break, we were talking about a list of job simulation exercises which can be used in a assessment center. Okay. Now, I don't have to have two groups, just one group. Wilma, this is just a one group and say about 5 to 8 minutes exercise.
Okay.
So typically when we say assessment center, we need to design it. The first thing you have to look at is, hey, what is that role? Okay. And then you do a job analysis of that role and job description and identify what are those key competencies. Say, for example, for any particular role, I have actually then analyzed the job and determined that these are the competencies I want to assess. What are they? Problem analysis, decision making, leadership, empathy, administrative skills, delegation, planning and organizing, teamwork, all these. Then once I have done identified the various competencies, then I will have to actually then look at what are those relevant job simulation exercises I will have to use to assess them. And every simulation exercise, you need to keep into know-how that it has to at least assess 2 or 3 competencies. For example, just look at this. For example, problem analysis. Okay. Now, this competency is being assessed through what all? Anybody? I'll ask Murugan.
Yes.
What are those exercises which are assessing or I can actually observe the behavior? One is
Case study.
case study, then leaderless group discussion. Okay. Then interview simulation also I can make out. Then in basket also I can analyze. Oral fact finding means you are giving, what is fact finding simulation exercise? You are giving few facts. Now you want to know how will this person take a decision? Huh? How much more will he need to take a decision? Okay. Now, because sometimes what happens, let's say even in your role, when you have to take a decision or when you have to solve a problem, maybe you will not have all the facts. Then how will you go about? Because not everything will have all the facts. There will be some ambiguity. Okay. Yeah. Then here even group task also you can analyze. And some business game also you can analyze. Likewise, decision making, you can see something being done. So now the
I forgot that leaderless group thing. What you said, leaderless group, yeah, that what does that
leaderless group discussion. Leaderless group discussion. So what does it mean? I give you a topic or I give you an activity and I'll say, hey, the time to complete this activity is 1 hour. Okay. Now you all are 5 members. So you have a goal. How will you go about? So if you will notice that over a period of time in that group, they will emerge maybe one leader initially, or maybe initially one leader, then that leader will be overtaken by another leader. So by that, if you see that this leader is not able to get the people, the other team members work together, coordinate, etc. So you will see a lot of dynamics happening when you will actually have a leaderless group. Have you seen that? So you can test who has the potential to be a leader, who has the potential to get everybody to, then
that
typically.
MBA example you were giving for this only, na?
Pardon?
That MBA group discussion example is for this
Exactly.
only.
You don't assign a leader.
Yeah,
So
I remember.
everybody
I
thinks
remember.
I'm a leader. Then he will say, no, we'll do this like this. Well, sir, you just, there will be power and there will be achievement. So there's a clash of power and achievement.
Right.
Okay. It's very interesting dynamics happening there. All right. Okay. So I'm giving you, all of you can do this activity together, 10 minutes. Now, customer care executive for a retail store. All right. Now, you have to identify 5 competencies and use like this, an Excel or anything you can do, one of you, and identify the various exercises you can have to assess the competencies. Is it very clear? I've kept the screen also here. So list out the various exercises you can do to assess the 5 competencies required by a customer care executive. Very clear? Customer care executive for a retail store. Manoj is there who represents retail. All right. This is a group exercise. I want to see all of you finish this task in 10 minutes. And what is the task? What has to be completed? All of you have to ensure that you have a sheet where you have identified 5 competencies and you have also identified 5 or 6 simulation exercises which will assess the competencies. Every exercise should at least assess 2 competencies. Got it? Is the exercise clear? Then just give me a thumbs up. And you have 10 minutes.
Nirmala, should I put them in the
Any one group only. Kitna hai? You want 2 groups or 1 group?
They can
Huh?
do it on the Excel sheet.
Yeah, Excel sheet, but I thought 1 group or 2 groups.
So one of them
Huh?
can, share their
Okay.
screen.
Sure.
Of that Excel sheet.
Absolutely.
You have the Excel sheet, assessment metrics.
Yes.
It's very easy. They can make it themselves like this.
No, it's
Very
already made. They can just use it. And
okay. ठीक है. Okay, done. So 10 minutes, sir. I want you all to do some discussion, leaderless discussion, and then write the list of competencies and then write the various exercises you can do. Okay? All right.
What was it? CCS, Customer Care Service.
Customer care
Customer-
executive of a retail store.
Okay.
So, ma'am, you are going to listen to our discussions as well?
No. I will. I want an observer. Yeah. Yes, I will put it. I'll put myself like this, but I'm going to listen and make certain notings. Okay.
Right.
Okay. So
First, give the job role of the customer care executive. Just write the role first. Right there. Yes.
where is the role exactly? Okay, we have to make it.
Yes. After that only you can arrive the competency.
Can someone help me write a role?
No, it's very
Ask.
in a retail store. Manoj should be able to enlighten you all because he is in a retail store. So typically,
I
what does
don't
a
want to.
customer
I don't
care
want to give the answers.
Yeah, I want you all to do the discussion, leaderless discussion. Let's see how it is. Huh?
His role is addressing the
So I'm going to mute myself so that
So-
you don't.
Just to take everybody up, I can give the answers all, but I don't want to do that. But let's say a customer
I
service
think put
person in
a
the retail
summary of
store
the-
will be more as somebody who's servicing to customers in the store, somebody who is helping out customers to identifying their needs, what they want, plus their customer service also handles queries, solve any difficult or handle difficult customers, handle any you can say
negotiate the rate also.
questions. Pardon?
Negotiation. Negotiation also they will do. Negotiate the rates.
Negotiations, not that much,
Not
to be
that much.
specific. Not that much. It's a B2C kind of a role where customers walk in the store.
Like explaining about the product so that he should
Product
have
knowledge, yeah.
so that he can
So,
explain the
have a-
customers.
yeah. Knows the product very well, knows the company policies and procedures very well.
Customer focus. That's also one of the competency.
Customer focus, yes.
And he should be in a position to understand, any of the query. So problem solving capacity also should be there. Right?
Problem solving capacity. Yeah.
Decision making is not required, or sometimes it is required, right?
Within the role, within the boundaries.
Within the
So
boundary,
if
yeah.
within the boundaries, decision making is required. Otherwise, yes, the person needs to go back to the superior or the store manager or who is in charge. So listening, empathy, communication, problem
Customer
solving, yeah,
focus. Another competency, customer
and
focus.
uh, customer focus,
Business acumen also. At least he has to
business,
understand the business,
yeah,
what type of business.
One
business
more thing is
acumen,
the customer relationship management. I think in retail store it is required.
relationship management, yeah, okay.
Interpersonal skill. That also it's
Interpersonal communication, that will be communication skills that will cover.
interpersonal skill.
Yes, it is covered under communication, correct.
Empathy, sympathy, customer focus, problem solving. Decision making also we can add, because some of the decisions he can take from their level itself also.
Like understanding the customer needs, that is also
Yes.
Customer needs, yeah.
Play inbox, inbox also. Basket.
Role play, okay, role play is there.
Interviews. Interview.
You have to fill all this, or just we can select from these?
We can select
No,
another.
base,
That's what I think ma'am was
select
saying that
on,
what are
yeah.
the methods that types that we think it is will be
Applicable.
So I think what ma'am was
role play.
referring was
I
that
think role play.
we should have 2 activities for each competency, at least 2 activities. That's the
Listening,
so
interviews,
listening,
group
yeah,
discussion,
listening,
I'm coming to that.
and interview also. In interview also you can mention listening.
Empathy, you can't understand group discussion, I think.
no, empathy will be role play.
Role
Empathy will be
play.
role play.
Role play. And during the interview also you can come to understand about when he is trying to quote his past experience. From that also you can come to understand during the time of interview also.
Okay, situational based interview, possibly.
Yes.
So interview. Communication will be presentation,
Group discussion, role play,
group discussion.
presentation,
Psychometric testing can be, okay.
problem solving during the time of communication for group discussion, role play, presentation, that written exercise also.
Presentation.
Empathy, you said group discussion, it won't come.
Yeah, I
Group.
said because in a group discussion, how that person will show how, like he can only say that I'm showing empathy.
Can I just come in?
You can
Just
flow
come
the
in.
expression.
Can I just come in? Okay.
Yes.
I want to give you a suggestion. Now, when you are designing this simulation exercises for these competencies, for this role, you can look at one exercise which will assess one or two, but it need not be that it should assess all the competencies. Are you with me?
Exactly.
Okay. So don't look at any exercise which says force fitting. Okay, no, this will what assess this also, this also, this also. No, it can do one or two is good enough. Especially you can take care ensuring that yes, if a competency is being assessed in two exercises, that's good enough. All right. So don't
Ma'am,
look
how
at
can
force
I
fitting.
put the word like product? If the person should have a good product knowledge into competencies, how can I translate this knowledge into competencies?
Okay. So it is a functional competency, which is knowledge. That is knowledge of the product, right? It's a functional knowledge level, which you would be actually testing it during your first round of interviews. You
Through
could,
presentation
or
skill also we can
one
understand.
second, or you can also do it during your interview. Knowledge of product.
Yeah.
If you are saying product knowledge is a competency, okay, but it's a technical knowledge at a functional level. If you want, you
Right.
can incorporate that here as well to ensure that you assess him during the interview.
Ma'am, that cannot be understood by presentation.
Can you do product knowledge through presentation? Because it has to be through question and answers, no, where you are going to ask him more questions. How deep does he have an understanding with reference to the product knowledge? No. Or you can also make him do a presentation based on which product. Depends. Do you want him to present your company's products, or do you want him to do a presentation on the previous company's products?
Yeah, maybe the similar ones. I come from pharma. So in my company, maybe a similar composition he might be having in a different brand name altogether. But if he knows everything, so he can perform.
So
it
there
my
are two things about it. So when you're doing presentation, what is the focus? How is he communicating? Ability to communicate, ability to articulate very well. So you are not looking at knowledge. You are looking at a skill, which is called communication. No?
Understood. Agreed.
Okay?
Yeah.
All right. Go ahead. Done? Finish?
Yes.
Let us first take a look at it. Let's group discussion. In group discussion, yes, I will give it to you. It will assess listening. And it will also empathy, communication, problem solving, customer focus, knowledge of the product. That means you will give him a topic, which could be a technical topic, right? Huh? And probably, I'm just assuming, and probably you will say, okay, make some recommendations, and you will get the entire group. So you are saying it will assess all the 5 competencies. All right. Role play. Let me see. Role play, listening, empathy, communication. I will give. In role play, knowledge of product. In role play, you could have, at best customer focus, problem solving, communication, okay, empathy and listening. But I would not give knowledge of the product there. Okay. All right. In basket, not required for a customer care. Absolutely. Presentation, yes. If it customer care present, if he has to keep on talking to clients or customers, yes. Presentation skills, okay. Interview listening. In interview, are you looking at empathy also? That means you are going to ask him some critical situations.
Yes.
Okay. Critical situation, communication problems. So that means you're going to ask him some critical situations, how he has actually gone through those situations, what was the situation like, and what did he achieve by the end of that situation. So you look at all that. Okay. Written exercises for a customer care executive. Mm, written exercise. In written exercise, problem
Customer-
solving. Can you elaborate on that?
Yeah, customer feedback analysis. That is written exercise.
ठीक है. Okay, okay, okay. And psychometric tests. All right. I will give you all really I think good work, guys. Now, in continuation with this assignment, it will take another 5 more minutes. Can you write behavioral indicators only for listening, communication, and communication, problem solving, and customer focus.
Behavioral.
Basic, advanced, and proficient, and just two, or just broad behavioral indicators for problem solving, customer focus, and communication.
Just a sec, let me write. Problem.
Only 3.
Communication,
Okay.
problem solving, customer focus.
Yeah, that's all. What am I asking? Behavioral indicators. Because
1, 2, 3.
ultimately, the assessor is going to observe those behavioral indicators. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Huh? So just to give under 3 ratings: 1, 2, 3. Basic, advanced, and proficient. You can also refer to your notes. So much of notes you all have. I'll be on the mute so that you get.
Problem solved. Yes, guys, help me out.
Yeah, Rahul, you're there?
Yes, I'm here.
Okay. So problem solving, basic, advanced, and expert. I think basic will be understanding customer problems, or so basic is understanding. Advanced is empathizing and understanding. And expert will be understanding, empathizing, and resolving.
Understanding.
Understanding and analyze.
What did you say in advance?
Empathizing.
Empathizing. And this
And
was
also he has to analyze what type of problem solving. He should have an analytic skill to
What
solve
is-
the problem.
okay. I'm coming.
So the third was understanding, empathizing, and
Analysis.
solving.
What about
solving
resolution?
the
What about resolution?
resolution. Yeah. So solving the issue.
Coming out with the creative, innovative issues, no?
Innovative issues. Yeah.
Giving alternatives.
Giving alternatives will be expert. Communication will be able to understand
When
well
you're
customers, for
communicating,
example.
customer care executive it is less of writing, but more of oral. So that means
Oral.
ability. So communication is not understanding. That means now you have to understand communication means listening also comes there. So combine
Okay.
them together and say articulating, no, ability to communicate well, so that the other person is able to understand, articulating clearly.
Mhm. Articulating
And
clearly.
communication also at a
Com-
higher level could be communicating with empathy.
Empathy. Yeah.
So at a lower level, you are just communicating clearly. But at a higher level, you might be able to even empathize.
Effectively communicating two-way interaction or complex information. I think complex can be in expert level, I think. Or giving communication is more of like understanding, I will say empathizing with the customer, giving more understanding both the ways, two-way, you can say interaction, uh, having a clarity of thoughts, clarity of you can say the way of communication, and plus giving,
Next.
yeah, paying attention.
Customer focus.
Basic awareness about
Product.
not product, but I'm saying customer
When you're
focus is
talking
like,
about when you're
yeah,
talking about customer focus, what does it mean?
Basic
That
empathy.
means you are understanding his expectations, right?
needs,
Prioritizing his
understanding
needs,
needs.
no?
Yeah.
Providing some
So,
excellent services,
Give some alternate options.
enhancing customer value by building customer, what is the term?
Giving solution.
Relationships. I'm just giving you ideas.
exceeding the
Cus-
expectation of customers.
Customer centricity.
Now, creates customer loyalty. Can you observe that as a behavior? Because if you have to, observe that, creates customer loyalty. Can you observe that?
No,
So
no.
that is the
It
key.
will be
When you're writing
exceeding.
indicators, why I'm asking you to do them is when you're writing indicators, because you'll be able to measure only when you can observe or see.
Exceeding customer expectations. Yeah.
Translate that into what you can see it. That's the easiest way.
Making customer delight.
What does it do to do customer delight, right? So the key thing is when you are writing your indicators, I have to check, hey, can I observe them? Because if you can't observe them, you can't measure them. No?
Build customer happiness.
Delight.
Yeah,
Delight.
that can be measured.
Adjectives. Huh? Yeah.
Happiness can be measured.
Like for example, if I say build customer relationship, that means doing the extra mile by, huh? understanding the customer needs and going the extra mile to build relationships, right? Can you see that?
Okay, okay,
No?
yeah, okay. Policies.
Okay, guys. So I think it was a good effort. I will give you more input so that I want you all to actually, they look so simple, but let me actually, we find it so easy to talk about, hey, customer focus, customer delight. But when we start analyzing and when we start looking at behaviors, that's the most trickiest part. And as an assessor, or if we want to be, an HR person, I definitely need to know, hey, what is that he does to achieve this, right? What is that
Yeah.
I can observe? Because that differentiates an average and a superior performer. Okay, guys? Okay.
Yeah.
I must say, good job done. And I think, within the limited time to do these bars and to identify competencies and to do it, it takes time. But definitely a good job done. Okay? All right. Okay. Yeah. So are you all in the room, breakout activity room? No. You are in
No.
the,
No, it's
okay,
common,
great.
common
Then
room.
it's okay. Then let me just put it on. Can you, can you withdraw this from the screen? So have you been able to get a sense of how do you design this, typically assessment center when you have a role and when you have the competencies? How do you go about designing the simulation exercises? Have you got an idea now? Huh?
Yes.
Ma'am,
Yes?
I had one question earlier that
Please, please.
is it always individual or in a group we can do it?
No. Come again.
For a assessment center, we have a pool of candidates. So is it always done in a group or it is individual?
Very good question. And I think so. Now, these pool of candidates are for a particular role or a job, right? So,
Yeah.
say, for example, the exercise I gave you was that here we want to recruit a customer care executive for a retail store. I have received 1,000 resumes. I have done filtration, everything. Now I've got about 100 people, but I want to take the best fit. I want to ensure that they have customer focus. I think that was also one of your competencies, right? I want to ensure they have problem solving. So what will I do? I will design exercises. It can be individual. It can also be group. Why will I do that? Because is the customer care role a individual contributor or a team contributor?
Individual contributor.
It's an individual contributor, right? So some of the exercises can be individual exercises, but even when I'm doing an individual contribution, don't you think there needs to be some kind of a teamwork also? So
Yeah,
I
of
also
course.
want to see how does this person get along well with teams as well. Are you with me? So I
Right.
want to know, so you can construct exercises which are both group exercises and also individual exercises. Now, I don't want leadership here. There's not much of a leadership. So maybe I will not go in for a, leaderless group discussion because I'm not here assessing any leadership traits. Okay. My focus is more in terms of what customer focus, problem solving, what else? Communication. So I might give presentation skills. I might give, uh, what is it? That typical, I can become a customer, like the one you played in the morning. I can become a customer and somebody, and the other person will become a customer care executive. And how does he then, respond to a complaint or a query? And how does he deal with that? Does he have some problem solving skills, etc.? Okay.
Hmm.
Are you clear now?
Yeah,
So
ma'am.
you could have both a group activity and also individual activity. Got it?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Quickly, I will make you all do one more very interesting activity, which tests the team effectiveness. Because in today's time, say for example, if you're working in an IT environment, if you're working in a service-oriented organization, I want to see, hey, is he a very effective in a team? Is he very high on power or is he very high on achievement? How does he behave in a group? So there's a very interesting test or an activity which in most of the organizations they give. It is called moon landing exercise. Very interesting moon landing exercise. Okay. Now, what is this exercise all about? I think Manoj, have you done it earlier? Moon landing? Okay.
Yes,
So that
we
I
have
could
done
see
it.
that, sense of. So in this exercise, what you let me give you a background of this. So what has happened is all of you are actually members of this space crew. After the NASA thing, everybody is coming out with some simulation exercises in this, you know. And then what has happened? You are a member of a space crew. And you are attached to the mothership. Then suddenly what happens? You are delinked with the mothership and you are 200 miles away, thrown out. All right. Now you have to re-enter. Now you have 15 items. Then you have to again re-enter and with the mothership connectivity, you are right now thrown away and you are on a spot which is, 200 miles away from the point. And you have 15 items. Now, which are the items you will actually pick up? That means, on priority, so that you can go back to the mothership. All right. This is called a moon landing ranking chart. Now, what are those 15 items? These are the 15 items. You have to rank them so that why do you need to rank them? Because you can't take all of them. When you are in the space, you know that what you can carry is of very, very importance. So on a priority, you need to take them. Now, how will you go about ranking them? So first of all, here the exercise is first you do your own ranking. Just read the entire thing and do your own ranking. Okay, that's the first step. So you are given just about 6 minutes. So please read and do your own ranking. Okay, here is my ranking. Just do your ranking. Then I will come to the next. Only 5 minutes. Do your ranking, all of you.
We have to do it in group or individual?
No. First, your individual ranking.
Okay, fine.
Only 5 minutes given. Please read the background also and just do the ranking. Okay? Your
the name
ranking.
of this sheet?
Huh?
What is the name of this sheet?
This is called moon landing.
ranking chart.
Okay? Don't look at expert analysis and all, then the fun of the game is over. Just go to that Excel sheet. Okay, don't even look at this. I will show you where you have to do. There is an Excel sheet there. Shall I go to that? Wait 1 second.
Exercise and ranking chart.
Desktop moon landing exercise. Yeah. Just do your ranking. Don't do anything else. Just do your ranking. Then I will tell you what you need to do. Okay. You will have this. My ranking. So just go to that. These are the 15 items and think that you have been, there's been a wreck and you have been cut off. Now you have to again go back to that. And so what are those items on priority. So do a ranking. Are you with me? Once you have finished the
Yes.
individual ranking, I want you to do the team ranking. That means all of you should collaborate, come together, and have only one rank, team ranking. Your time starts now. So I am off. I am only observing you guys. Okay.
Okay. So I think oxygen, water, and food are the first three major things that we should consider.
Yes.
So you can, one is
Okay.
oxygen.
So
Oxygen, because in moon oxygen level will be low. We can go for oxygen
You can go
first.
for 5 gallons of water. Third is food
Yes.
concentrated.
Yes.
Then
so
fourth,
somebody is noting this?
I have noted it.
Okay.
Okay, so first is oxygen, 100-pound tank. Then second is water. And then we should go for food, that is third. And then I was thinking about
Is
milk.
this Pratya who is talking? Pratya?
No, it's
No,
Rahul.
Rahul.
Okay, Rahul. Okay.
Okay, so food concentrate is third, and fourth, I think milk should be fine. What do you guys think?
I
No,
think
we can go for
we can
map.
always signal flares because we
Yes.
are very far from the.
Correct.
We have to give a signal to the mothership, so we should have that
So
also.
signal flare, just a sec, I'm writing it. Signal, where is it? Ninth number, okay. So it is fourth, right? What should be fifth?
Stellar map.
And even to, light up the signal flare, you need matchbox, right? So fifth could be matchbox. What do you say?
Yeah. Okay. Matchbox. Okay.
Okay. Then sixth,
I don't think that matchbox can be used in space.
Yeah, because there's no oxygen.
Yeah,
Who made that point?
Pratyay.
Acha, Pratya. Okay.
We need a stellar map because in which direction the the mothership will be there. So at least if we know the map, then we'll take that magnetic compass of which direction it will we want to
so
navigate.
okay, I'll repeat.
Now,
Map.
one more thing also is very important. That is your first aid kit, because the weather and everything is different from your spaceship in the moon, on the
Okay.
moon actually. So that is also important.
Let me repeat the ranking so that I don't lose on it. One is
Yeah.
oxygen, two is water,
Yeah.
three is food, and
Yeah.
four is signal flare, right? And what is the fifth one?
You can go for this. Also,
Map
this.
or
Water. 5 gallons of water is also there.
I have
So
selected for the second one.
okay.
After oxygen, right after oxygen.
One case of dehydrated milk also you should have taken.
I have already told that.
Yeah.
But I'll
Because
repeat.
already we have water, at least without milk we can survive. So already we have on water
Let me
and
share
food.
my screen because that would be pretty helpful so that we can keep up with
You
the
can share the screen.
yeah. We can keep up with the numbers at least. Okay, is the screen visible?
Yes. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, now it is
So
clear.
first is 200-pound tanks of oxygen. Second is water. Third is food concentrate. Fourth is signal flares. And then I suggested matchbox, but you guys told me something. I mean, oxygen is
Yeah.
not, then matchbox is not useful.
We need a stellar map. Next we have to choose the map.
Map is first
Where
aid.
to go? Like how to go?
Where
You
to
should have
go?
a map and
Then with compass,
compass.
which directions?
Compass.
Compass is required.
Compass is next is compass. We identify the map, which direction we are in. We need a compass. Then receive solar power.
Then your
Don't
50
you
feet
think
nylon rope also
nylon
required.
rope?
Nylon rope.
Yeah, I was coming to that. Nylon rope.
Parachutes.
But for communication, this solar powered FM receiver will be more significant na, than
Yeah, because we have to communicate with the mothership. So after food
compass,
and
this compass,
players, I think communication should be there. So
Yes.
compass,
I
map.
don't think so. It will help us because I
FM
think it does not work on moon. It's better we go with nylon rope after the map.
Yeah, compass is will no use in your this thing moon because they don't have gravity.
Hmm.
Again,
Okay.
was that Pratya?
Yeah.
Okay, good. So you have guys, okay, how much more time? 10
Let's
10 minutes?
Yeah. No.
Okay.
Yeah, we can
Okay,
let's complete this. Complete this 5 minutes, and then
Yeah,
so
consensus. No, you have to do the ranking, total ranking. So 5 minutes or 6
yeah.
minutes? Okay.
So then that means so we can also rank Matchbox maybe 15 because we don't need it,
Yeah.
but we have to record the. So maybe FM radio, if it's not, no, sorry, Compass is not working, maybe we can say 14,
Yeah.
the least one. So at least we finish fast. And I think 2.45 caliber pistols. I think I
Caliber
don't
pistol
think
also
so.
not required
Not required. So maybe
because
13.
if you shoot somebody, it will take time because Earth is different
There's
and
no gravity,
yeah.
and yeah. So maybe 13. So we will have the least
Yeah.
requirement for those
One is
elements.
13.
Point number 8, 245 calibers pistols.
45 caliber pistol.
Point number
It is
8,
13.
8, 8. Go down. Yeah. This one. No, up.
Up.
Where is
Yeah. 13.
Yes.
13.
So maybe 13. So now we are with the 12. I think 12 can be heating unit. Solar can be 11. So 13 is done. 11 is 11.
What
Maybe
self-inflating life raft is
self-inflating
required.
life.
Yeah, it is required.
Yeah,
It is
it is
important.
required. It is
We
required.
have selected pistol. Where will we shoot? Even if we shoot, it's just gonna be on the air. And
Yeah, but we have to rank it by 1 to 15.
See,
So we will
actually,
complete.
would like to tell you one thing. Matchbox is not allowed in the spaceship.
So that's the least one, na?
Yeah.
That's why we have ranked
That's
15.
right. So pistol
And
also it is
we will take
Solar powered
parachute.
FM also will work, right? This is apart from the space. But,
actually FM receiver, solar powered FM receiver. It will come a bit early actually. So that
correct.
one also you need to. Without FM receiver, you cannot know. You will not know that what is happening in the mothership.
All right. Before map it, because that's a communication tool. So maybe before map it has to come. In the place of map,
Yeah.
receiver 5, then will be stellar, map will be 6.
Yeah.
Put solar power receiver as 5
Mm.
and stellar map will be 6.
Stellar map. Where is it now?
11. You have marked it 11.
Map will be.
You need to go through this. Okay, got it.
Map will be 6.
6 will be 7
The
then.
base 7.
One more thing
One.
I'd like to tell you, nobody actually noticed, that is in the moon, water will be vaporized. So only dehydrated milk will work there.
Water.
So you have only one remaining.
Yeah,
huh?
moon there is no water, na? Because there is no gravity. Once you open it, inside the spaceship only you can drink it. Outside you cannot.
Now,
So only dehydrated milk you can have it.
now the moon water has identified.
So water is second number. And so you're saying second number should be milk or like what?
Oxygen 1, second will be milk, third will be water.
So we have to change the sequence, that means.
Or
So
two,
if
So-
water
or
is
second,
will
water is
get
fine.
vaporized, then why
Or
we
let's say we can park
Yeah,
it at
make-
4.
Yeah. You can mark it, yeah.
14 or
Four.
15? Why 2? Why 3?
So which one?
Signal flare is 4. Make it dehydrated milk as 4 and signal flare as
5. Yeah, 5. 5
Yeah.
is FM receiver. Which is missing here now? Which is missing here? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7,
So you want signal flare
8,
as
9. 9 is missing.
9 is there, signal flare.
9 is there. 9 is there. 10.
10, yeah.
10 is not there.
10 is missing. 10 is missing.
Yeah.
So
Okay, guys, you have just one more minute. 5:14 now. 5:15, you should
Okay.
complete your team ranking.
So okay, let's park this one. So park
park
means
is 10 only.
let's do this. So which number for milk? Let's
Yeah,
agree.
milk, you give it 10 only. Let's
Okay, keep it
see.
10.
Yeah,
Keep it 10. Yeah. Okay.
we are done.
Done.
Okay, done. So this is your team ranking. To
Right.
begin with, okay, we will process now the entire thing. So to begin with, let us please save this. I'm taking you to the key.
Yeah.
So
Just a minute. Rahul, there's
yeah.
2 sevens. We have
please
2
save this
sevens.
because
So we have
save
to do
this.
11. 11 is missing. 11.
11
So
is
maybe nylon rope can be 11 or 11 is
No,
missing.
first aid. You keep first aid as 11. Take it.
10.
and what
2 10 are there.
10. Yeah, 11.
Keep it 11.
Yeah, now it is okay.
done.
Let's save this.
Yeah, I
So
have it.
one second. So I'm taking you all. So if you can just keep it and
I have
let
to
me.
stop sharing.
Can I just?
I have to stop sharing.
Can I?
Yeah.
Yeah, you'll have to stop sharing, but save this,
Yeah, I have
because
to.
you will need it. Now, one second. Where is that moon landing? Yeah. Now let us first, one of you, what I want you to do is look at your own ranking. There is an expert ranking. Okay. There is a expert ranking. Now I want you to put the expert ranking and see what is the deviance or what is the error. So this is the expert ranking. The expert ranking, according to the expert ranking by NASA, rank 1 is 100 tanks of oxygen.
Yeah.
What is your one?
The
Yeah.
same.
Signal.
Same.
Same, is it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Great.
I think this is the only point is same with everyone. I think this is the only point that would be same with everyone.
Okay.
We put
Then
oxygen, food, and water at first. I mean, that's what
5 gallon of water.
there
Second.
is a 2 gone, yeah? You can't see the 2 here.
Below.
Okay. I think somewhere this 2 is missed out.
No, I think it's you just scroll down to the next page.
Shall I scroll down?
Yeah, it is there in the next page.
Yeah, here
It's
it is.
5 gallons of water, second. Yeah.
So what is it with you all?
Yeah, same.
Yeah, same.
Oh, wow. So 3,
3 is
tell our map.
food concentrate.
That
We
is
all done food.
we
4. Okay, 4.
4 is
4.
signal flares.
Food concentrate.
Food
Okay.
concentrate. Yeah.
Then 5.
I mean,
solar powered FM
Batches,
receiver
14. Yes, yes,
transmitter.
correct, solar
Okay.
power.
6,
Fifth,
Then
same.
8 parachute,
6,
13
50 feet of
pistol,
nylon
13
rope.
pistol है ही नहीं यार,
Okay.
portable unit.
Seventh, we have given it.
Then of course the other ones like 7 first aid, 8 will be parachute, which will be required. 9 will be self-inflating raft. 10 is signal flares. Then
Yeah.
11 is caliber pistols. They could be animals, etc. 12 is what is it? Milk, dehydrated milk. 12. Then 13 is heating unit. 14. Yep, magnetic compass, because obviously it may not even be useful there. And 15 is box of matches, as Rahul, or was it Pratyuha, who said matches will not light there. Now, this is the ranking. One is the task. Okay. Now, the idea of making you all do this is not so much of whether you've been able to rank absolutely to the experts ranking, more to the fact, the process. Were you able to finish the task? Yes, you were able to finish the task. Now, what happens when you're doing a group consensus task? Now, you have done your individual task. I haven't seen anybody saying that, hey, put this as 1, put this as 2, put this as 3. That person comes from the point of what? Achievement of power. See, I have got my ranking, so I'm going to impose this on the group task. Many a time, just reflect on when you come together, a lot of people, all the business, especially this is evaluated with senior level people, because when you come together, one business manager will try to impose his own thinking onto the group and say it has to be like this. He doesn't initiate, doesn't collaborate, doesn't look at it, like seeking information or giving information, but he will go by what he has got in his agenda, just imposing it. Now, I have not seen anybody saying, because I have put as 1, it has to be, even in the group task, it has to be 1. Nobody came up with that. I've generally noticed, let us discuss, let us do it. That means collaborative attitude. So it takes a lot to say, hey, when I've written 4, why should I again give something else rather than give my same ranking in the group consensus? So people who collaborate are more towards, hey, we have to achieve this task. So it's okay, I have done ranking differently, but I need to relook at it differently from the members' point of view. So I will seek information. I will initiate talk. I'm ready to even forgo my own ranking, but it's okay. But I'm more concerned about what is good when it is a consensus level. Are you looking? Are you now getting it?
Yes.
So essentially, what do you look at? Team effectiveness. So you will actually see a different here, because you're just doing a game. But when you actually see in live, a lot of people will consider it as an ego to forgo their own agenda and go by the group's agenda. Are you with me? Think of a
Yes.
situation when you are together and when you have to actually come to a consensus. You say, no, but it should be like this. But they will not give you any logic, any understanding. Why should it be like that? They will want to do, they are coming from where? Achievement of power. But people who are ready to collaborate, they are coming from what? They are coming from a motivation level, saying that, hey, we have a task, we have to actually, achievement motivation means we have to consider all the viewpoints of all the members and then complete this task. So there is more of synergy, more of initiativeness, understanding, collaboration. Now, if you look at generally, think about the way you all have done. Yes, everybody, like Rahul said, hey, Matchbox is not needed there. Everybody agreed to it because he came up with that point of view saying that, it won't light in a moon. It is useless. So then you all put it as the last one. Even that 14th um, item number 14, he said something very relevant.
Magnetic.
Yeah, I think compass won't work there, and you all agreed it because you saw logic in it. You did not say no, I have got this ranking, so it has to be like that. Are you getting me right now, guys? In
Yeah.
fact, you can look at, typically what we look at in this is individual score, the team score, and then we will say from the expert score, how much does it differ, an average individual score to average expert score. And we would we don't have the time to do all those things. Team effectiveness score, team synergy score, team functioning score, all these things can come out from this. Okay, it's an excellent exercise to show when you have to come to a consensus, when you have to collaborate, how people with different agendas, what it takes for them to forgo their own agenda and actually look at the group agenda and start collaborating. Are you with me now? Are you getting that?
Yes.
Huh?
Yes.
Yes.
1 second.
Yeah.
Yeah. So this is a very interesting what is that exercise which talks about the team cohesion, team consensus. How much does it take, to forgo your own score and then given to other people's logic? For example, when Pratyay said, hey, magnetic compass does not have, somebody else could have said, oh, no, it doesn't, and argue for nothing and say, no, my ranking is this, it has to be this, influencing and trying to impose. So the power equation comes in there. Okay, guys. So within the limited time, I was actually trying to take you through experiential. This is an experiential exercise, saying that making you do the role play, making you do the in basket, trying to get you to feel how does it feel to do these exercises, and how does an assessor observe the behaviors. The behaviors. Again and again, I'm talking about behaviors. When you do this exercise again, the assessor is observing the behaviors. Who is trying to get into a power equation? Who is trying to do the achievement kind of a thing? Who is actually trying to get the synergy? Who is taking the initiative? Who is giving information? Who is seeking? Like I could see 2 or 3 people were giving information, like Rahul or Pratyay. Some people were seeking information for clarity, right? Because when you want a consensus, you have to do all these things. These are the things to be observed. So this is called processing the entire, behavior which is coming out. Any questions here, guys? Before I stop sharing, you have this exercise, right? You can actually use it in your organization also. Very interesting exercise. Okay, guys. So again and again, I want to focus on this. So in an assessment center, what is very, very important, that competencies have to be identified. From the competencies, what will you look at? You will look at the behaviors. So again, here I can show you what we are talking about. Behavior. What is behavior? Which is observable. Behavior is not something, what we say, it is not judgmental conclusion. It is not a feeling. Oh, I feel. It is not an opinion. It is not an inference. It is not vague generalization. That's why you have to be very, very clear about, hey, can I observe this behavior? Then can I measure it, right? So we have to be very, very particular about these things. So therefore, when I say behaviors, like for example, planning and organizing, can you see? Correctly sets priorities. Can I see that? Yes, when he's prioritizing, I can see it. Coordinates the work, right? Plans work in a logical, organizes. So can I actually see all these things? Are they just opinions? Are they judgments? No. I can actually see them, observe them. I can measure them. Again, another dimension I can give you, teamwork and collaboration. actively participates, communicates and cooperates, resolves conflicts, contributes, demonstrates flexibility. So all these are observable behaviors under teamwork and collaboration. Will you agree? Yes, no? Yeah? I'll show you another one. Under communication, clarity, active listening, expresses ideas persuasively, maintains effective nonverbal cues. What are nonverbal cues? Give me an example of one nonverbal cue. Body language is a nonverbal cue, no?
Can you
Nodding
hear
your
me?
head,
Yeah,
nodding
nodding your
your head,
head. Yeah.
maintaining eye contact. If say Manoj is talking and I'm looking at the other side, huh? Does it mean I'm listening? I might be listening, and I'll keep telling you, okay, talk. But you will get it. So, he's looking the other side, or I'm generally trying to pick out some dirt from my coat or something like that. So these are all. So what are effective non-verbal cues? Maintaining a eye contact, nodding, or even leaning forward, right? All the body language cues. Okay. So again, tailoring, responding well, giving feedback. So these are all those observable behavioral indicators for communication skills. For leadership, I'll just take one or two. Communicates effectively, provides constructive feedback, adaptability and decision making. So these are some of the observable behavioral indicators. Time management. What are some of the time management things? Will you agree? Prioritizes tasks effectively. In basket, you can see that manages time and resources. What kind of resources? Time and resources effectively. Sets and meets deadlines, organizes work, maintains attention to detail, overall time management organization rating. So these are some of the observable behavioral indicators. So let us come to the last one. Problem solving and decision making. Identifies and analyzes problems. Generates many solutions, creative solutions. Evaluates options. Only when you generate, then you can start evaluating. Then makes effective and timely decisions. Implements decisions. Overall problem solving and decision making rating you can make out after doing all this, right? So to conclude, what did we learn? Assessment center is a selection process, right? But in this selection process, it will have what? Many evaluation exercises so that you can predict the right performer who is able to perform better. Okay. So you have some kind of a simulation exercises. Now, the effectiveness of the simulation exercises depends on the relevance. So from where will you get the relevance? By analyzing the job and finding out, because when you analyze the job, what are you going to understand? The complexity, right? The relationship and the scale and scope of everything. Because I may design an exercise which has no relevance. The complexity is so much higher. And I might have designed a exercise which is for very low complexity. So therefore, understanding the complexity is very, very important. So with this, I think I will conclude and say 3 things you have learned. That is, what are the 3 things or 4 things which you have learned from today's session, guys? Quick, because we will conclude tomorrow the SSS role and all that.
That in-basket exercise.
Pardon?
In-basket exercise.
Yeah. So not just one exercise, but how do you plan your simulation exercises?
Right.
Which will depend on what? Which will depend on the
Role.
complexity of your role. You can't say anything for anyone. So you have to study the role. You have to look at the job description. You have to look at an average performer. You have to look at good performer, what differentiates between an average and a superior performer, then identify those competencies, then identify the behavioral indicators and design exercises around them. Got it? Design exercises around them. So what we will be doing tomorrow is, after designing, then what is the role of the assessor? What is the assessor going to observe? Then how do you collect data? And then how do you then create a report by consensus and then give feedback in developmental center, and then just give a kind of a report for an assessment center. Okay, guys? So I hope you've been able to at least understand and appreciate today what is an assessment center and what are the key elements of an assessment center. What is an assessment center? You should understand, when I said assessment center, it is not a physical place. It is not a physical place. Okay. When I say assessment center, it is different from just calling Murugan for an IR job selection. I'll do interview, right? In assessment center, what am I doing? I am actually using, as all of you said, multiple exercises, or I could call them as job simulation exercises on multiple candidates to select for a job. Are you with me? On multiple candidates means many candidates to select for a job. Means ultimately, what is the result? When I do an assessment center selection, I've called 10 applicants for what? One job, recruitment manager. I want to select and hire a recruitment manager. So instead of just doing an interviewing method, which is just calling him and taking through interview, where I will be spending maybe 30 minutes or 1 hour or 2 hours and ask him all kinds of questions with regard to the job, knowledge, skill, and what kind of, behaviors are also involved in this job, all through interview method. I'm using selecting 10 or 15 candidates. I'm using an assessment center method to select. So what is the difference? Selection here also, selection here also, through interview in this. But here I'm using multiple simulation exercises so that the predictability is higher. Because when I'm using a multiple job simulation exercises, what am I trying to do? I'm actually trying to create certain situations where he has to actually demonstrate how he would be performing on the job. So I'm taking out certain challenging, critical situations of the job, and then using certain exercises, I want to ensure that, the predictability, I'm hiring him, the predictability is higher. Many a time they say, hey, but why interviewing is also a good method? No, for testing knowledge, for testing a skill, it's okay. But if I have to actually test how good is he in problem solving, how good is he in negotiation, okay? How good is he in people management, then I will need to use, definitely simulate business situations or job related situations based on the complexity of the job. Only then my predictability will be higher. Have I made? Please, that is the difference. A lot of people say gut feeling. I can tell Yogesh whether, he is going to be a good hire or not, just by looking at him, or just by looking at his CV in 2 minutes or 5 minutes, by shaking my handshake, I can make out whether I should hire him or whether I should not hire him. But these gut feelings don't have any predictability, right? It can be yes, it is like a magic wand. I can use a magic wand and say yes for Yogesh, no for Murugan. There is no science in it, right? So research has shown. Yeah,
I was
Deepshika?
asking what are the, I have not come across an organization that they're doing it. So what type of organization they practice this kind of assessment center most? Any industry or any organization you can name?
Most of the multinational organizations
Okay.
use assessment centers, mostly even at an entry level, because they want
Okay.
what a better fit.
So mostly they are doing it through external agency, or they are internally developing team for this?
Typically, an assessment center is done by an external agency, but an internal recruiter, everybody is involved in it.
Okay. Okay.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. For ethical considerations. Deepshika may
Right.
like somebody, she may favor somebody. Huh?
Correct.
So typically such things are done by a third party just because you want to actually show that, hey, we are not biased. We are very fair. Got it?
Any top assessment centers like that generally everybody should be aware of?
Yeah, Mercer does, EY does, all the consulting
Okay.
organization do.
They
These are
do.
big. But there are also small boutique firms in plenty who do. And
Okay.
today, because of the technology, let me tell you, assessment centers have become very convenient, cheap, and very good.
Okay.
Why? Because you can actually do assessment centers online. You don't
Correct.
have to conduct them physically. You can do
Correct.
an in-basket online. You can do all of them online. So they have become less cost. Earlier, they were very, very cost intensive because you had to take them physically, bring all of them together. But now, no, you can do it online. Okay.
Correct. Yes.
And not necessary that you have to run a battery of competencies. No. As I said, what are those 2 or 3 critical competencies which differentiate an average performer from a poor performer, good performer? And just do an assessment center only on that. Got it?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you so
80-20 principle. You don't have to do assessment center for all the tests, all the competencies.
Yeah.
Okay? Is that very clear, Rahul
Yeah.
and Pratya and others as well? Very clear? Okay.
Yeah, ma'am.
We
So
did
is this
all this.
only used for external candidate, or it can be used for internal as well? Because let's say somebody hasn't done this activity competency mapping thus far, so can they use this assessment center for their internal employees to identify mapping these
So
competencies?
assessment centers are done both internal and also external. When you have your competencies in place, now I have said, hey, my attrition is getting higher, my performance is not up to the mark. So what you will do, you will call that as the purpose is different, development center. That means you want to use it for promotion. So you are putting an assessment center in place to see, hey, whom do I take? Because then you will put your own internal employees. You can use it for succession planning. You can use it for career planning. You can use it for training need analysis. Got it? So, but the purpose is different. So it becomes a development center.
Yeah.
Assessment center when you're using for external candidates. Very clear? Etc. So as I said, you just to do a little recap, we use multiple techniques, and we use a variety of constructs. What are constructs? The behaviors, the list of behaviors. It can also be called a construct. It can also be called a dimension. All these are different vocabularies used for competency behaviors or indicators. Got it? Okay, very clear, guys? Huh? Okay. Then assessment center has high predictability because it is also done under standard conditions, and also it is controlled. It doesn't mean that for A candidate we are doing something else, B candidate we are doing something else, C something else. No, we are doing the same thing for all the candidates. Clear? Okay, I'm not going through the assessment purposes. We have already done that, right? And then all the essential features we've gone through. What are some of the features you've already gone through, right? Using relevant behaviors based on the complexity of the job, using multiple techniques, using all the behavioral dimensions. So all of them. And then how you observe, how you record, etc. So how do you go about planning an assessment center? Number one, I said what is good for you may not be good for the other organization. Why? Because the vision, the mission, the values are so different from every organization based on what they want to achieve. So definitely when you're doing an assessment center, you need to understand the corporate culture, then the job roles we discussed, what are their responsibilities, then identifying the competency models. You can't do an assessment center if you don't have a competency model for those required jobs. All right. Then, of course, following, then you have to use all your assessment tools we talked about, right? All the psychometric tests or job simulation exercises. Yesterday, we did not talk about some of the psychometric tests which people use. Anybody who's familiar? What are some of the psychometric tests we could use?
Ma'am, I don't know the name, but in one of my company, we have used one psychometric test prepared by Metal. So they have
Okay.
done for our sales
So
employees.
Metal
Thomas
is
profiling.
there,
Like-
Thomas profiling, MBIT, Hogan assessment.
So there are two kinds. One is off the shelf, in the sense standardized off the shelf. Like for example, Thomas profiling. So typically you can use a Thomas profiling, or you can use a FIROB. I don't know how many of you are at least heard of FIROB, FIROB, Fundamental Interrelationship Orientation Instrument, which talks about what? Inclusion, control, affiliation, etc. FIROB it's called. It's an excellent tool, and Wilma can mail this instrument for you. You can also do it, and then we'll send you the key as well. You can have a look at it. Then there is something called the MBTI, Myers and Briggs Type Indicator, which
Yeah.
gives you an understanding of how extroverted you are, introverted you are, and if this role requires a lot of extrovertism, like for example, a PR role, but your profile comes as an introverted person. So then probably, there is scope for learning and becoming a little. So it helps you to understand and align based on your profile, MBTI profile, and based on the required profile of your job, then you can marry and you see if there are any gaps. Then I also gave you this career drivers that also helps you in the sense that research, and I have personally used career drivers, especially at my entry level, to reduce attrition. Person may be very good in terms of knowledge and skills, but then he does not have the motivation. So it helps you understand what are those motivations, what are the drivers which are driving him. So by doing this tool, we try and see, and then we take the support of the interview data as well, and then see whether he's a right fit. He may be very good, he's done very well in knowledge, but the motivation instrument is showing something else, and then we drill him down again to understand, because it's better not to hire a person who is wanting to stay just about 2 months and 3 months. I rather hire a person who's little average, who can stay for a longer time. I can train him, but as opposed to hiring somebody and then again, he exits the system. Okay. So career drivers, I hope all of you have tried to do it. Have you? Okay, great.
Yeah.
So that's one. So there are several others, and Wilma has given you, in fact, a basket full of psychometric tests, right? Have you seen them at least? Have you seen them? No? They are excellent. I've seen a list of them. Okay. So they're huge now. She has given a list of them. All right. Then comes, so that's one. Then the important thing here is SSC, SSR. So when you are in an assessment center, the person who observes your behavior is an assessor. And the person who is a participant is called a SSC. So then we look at, hey, how many assessors, what is their role, all right? And then how do they give the reports? How do we select? So this is typically what happens in the assessment planning. This PPT will be given to you, so not to worry. So this is the same thing, okay? everything in detail. This is the same thing, the design. Now, when we talk about this, of course, there's logistics. That means you have to look at location, equipment, all the material should be ready, candidates should be communicated, there should be total confidentiality, etc., etc. Now we're coming to that important thing about, and then we did all these tools yesterday. I hope you remember them. We did in basket, we did a role play, we did group discussions, right? We didn't do case study, but we discussed. Then presentations, you know what, analysis exercise, give data, analyze, bring conclusions, etc. Technical, situational, simulations, customer interactions, okay, manage it. So negotiation, writing, behavioral interviews, etc. Now, having said that, we talked about the core part of it. So we need to definitely have, what is that? Competencies and the behavioral indicators. What are behavioral indicators? That means the list of behaviors. Very important. Because if I were to say, hey, stress tolerance. So what will be a behavioral indicator? Maintaining composure, right? Under pressure. Then working under tight frames. So these are all the behavioral indicators. Now I want to make a difference here because we are talking about behavioral indicators. Every competency will have certain behavioral indicators or behavioral list. So when I say behavioral list means what? List of behaviors. But when I say bars, what's the difference between behavioral list or indicators and bars? Please put on your thinking caps. Is there a difference between just a behavior list and bars?
Which is
What is
quantifiable?
bar? What is the full form of a bar?
Behavior analysis.
Behaviorally
assessment
anchored rating
Yeah,
scale.
behavior
What?
anchored. Yeah.
Behaviorally anchored rating scale. Now go back to your performance management. At the end of the year, every year, if you all have a rating scale of 1 to 5, what will it be if 1 is low and 5 is the highest? Scale. Scale means scale. What is the meaning of a scale? Progression from low to
high.
Too high. Yeah.
Scale itself means you are progressing. 2 is bigger than 1. 3 is bigger than 2. 4 is bigger than 3. 5 is bigger than. Means scale means progression. Progression or what? What is the converse of progression? Ascending or descending? Both ways, right?
Both the ways.
So
Yeah.
when I say scale means progression. Now, when I talk about a scale, so we have to understand that this behavior, I have put it on a scale, which is a continuum. What is a continuum? That means it is not absolute. From the indicators, which are behavior list, I will then create, starting from a negative behavior to a positive behavior. So that means at every scale, 1, 2, 3, 4, or 5, or only 1, 2, 3, I will anchor a behavior there. Are you with me now? Have you understood? For example,
Okay.
simple. For example, maintains composure and performance under pressure. This is an indicator, behavior under stress tolerance. Can I give it a bar? Can I give it a rating scale? I can say does not maintain composure and performance under, or gets very disturbed, negative behavior. 1. 2, to some extent, he maintains composure and performance under pressure. To a great extent, he maintains composure. And now have I given certain behaviors for the scale? It's a continuum. So what does it mean? That I, as an observer, I have to have clarity as to, I may not. So when I'm observing SSC's behavior, I should be able to observe and take notes and put him on a certain anchor, whether it's 1 or 2 or 3. Got it? So let's see how we do. So this, for example, so all these are behavior indicators. Now, once you have these behavior indicators, and this, of course, yesterday I discussed assessment center matrix. Can anybody other than Yogesh explain to me? I explained to you this one typically. What does it mean? Let's see who remembers. And
identifying the right competencies and then identifying what are the activities that we will do. At least 2 activities should be there for each competencies.
Exactly. That means I have to list out all the competencies and then start looking at the exercises, or what I can call it as tools. So every competency should be evaluated at least twice. Because why twice and not just once? It will give you more data.
More validation.
More data, validity, because I will know. Maybe that was a fluke. The next time, let me see how is he observing. So it should at least be evaluated 2 times. Murugan, you're giving me a little blank face. Are you okay?
Yeah.
Are you with me? Are you with me? Okay. Yeah. So having said that, now we are coming to that. So typically what happens, let me first do this and then I'll show you this. So the assessor, who are assessors? Who are assessors?
Those who are the interviewers or who are like
assessors are people, psychologists who or senior managers in the organization who are trained to observe these participants, who are trained to observe the participants and take notes. Now, Manoj will take notes in a different way. Murugan will take in a different way. All these are assessors. Then what will happen to my report? There won't be standardization. Maybe Manoj is very lenient, so he will give everything very good, very good. And Murugan is very strict. He will always give low ranking because his expectations are very high. So how do I normalize it and bring standardization? So all the assessors are given training. Okay. Now there is one technique which they have to be trained very well. This is called ORCE. ORCE. What is it? ORCE. The assessors are trained in ORCE. O stands for observing. What is it? O stands for observing. Now you may say, what will they observe? For example, if Deepshika is a participant or an applicant who is going through an assessment center and she is going through an exercise, I as an assessor will observe and take detailed notes of both verbal and non-verbal behavior or whatever she is demonstrating. She's very quiet. She's nodding her head. She's asking questions. She fumbled. So everything you're taking, like for example, see. So for everything, can you see this? Say for example, this is a leaderless or some kind of a group discussion. Okay, this is, oral communication. So this exercise could be some kind of a, maybe a presentation or a group discussion. A group discussion, okay? So the person is supposed to be doing briefing, training. Now, assessor, what all notes he or she has taken, greeted John with a smile and a handshake. Is it a positive or a negative behavior?
Positive.
So plus. Please, pleased to work with you. She said something like that. So positive plus. Let us look at the minus. Fumbled for the right words. Negative. Maintained good eye contact. plus. So what happens? I'm actually taking down everything what the participant or the SSC is doing in that particular exercise. So therefore, one assessor can observe 1 or 2 people, can't do more than that. So just typically 1:2. Got it? If you see, let us look at the minus ones. Plus ones, reviewed positive steps in. So, as that person is going through that exercise, so the entire thing can be noted plus or minus. So you have to have notes, because at the end of it, when you go back and then start analyzing, putting together, without having data, you can't say that person was very confident. But what is that he or she did to tell that judging is later, you are only observing now. Got it? You are only observing like a video camera, nothing. Even if you are sleeping, or if you are winking, or if you are closing your eyes, or if you're doing anything, slouching, everything is documented. And that's why today, very conveniently though, online helps. Why? It can be recorded. So for the assessor, if you have some problem, you are again repeating that recording and seeing exactly what that person is doing. Earlier, they had to do physically, so only that much you could do. But now, because of the recording, you are able to go back and see everything very, very clearly. Okay. Now, let me show you some more. Okay. So once you have observed your recording, even words like, what do you think? Kept eye contact. I agree what you think this is. Like, for example, yesterday when you were doing the moon thing, we normally record and we can actually capture everything, whatever, every word you say, huh? And also your non-verbal body language cues, everything can be recorded. So you can put it as minus, plus, etc. Then once you do that, record is nothing but writing everything in detail. Okay. Why did it become like that? Okay. Like, for example, I'll show you one more. Okay, greeted, then afterwards what? Asked if housing arrangements were satisfactory, said he could understand Bob missing this during training, some personal thing. I put plus SCN. What does it mean? He's very sensitive, very sensitive. Then minus OC. You know what does it mean? Read that statement. Fumbled with words when describing first objective in some detail. So, oral communication.
Oral communication. Yeah, okay.
Are you getting me? Huh? So, you can have your short forms and write them for positive, minus. So, that's how you actually observe, take notes, record them. All right?
What is the HEAD? Head?
Plus
Or lead?
LEAD means
it's
positive,
lead.
giving
Okay,
a lead,
yeah.
question to probing more, getting initiative, etc. So depending on, so that it is understood, because at that point of time, you can't really write completely. Okay. So after this, what do? Then you are classifying. ORCE. Have you judged? Have you come to a conclusion? No. You are classifying this behavior. After you have observed and recorded all the behaviors of demonstrated for that particular exercise for a competency, you are then classifying teamwork or communication and influencing, or is it customer focus? Are you with me now? You are classifying them. So typically when you classify in a particular exercise, go back to that assessment matrix.
So it will go back to the competencies.
You will have only 1 or 2 exercises, right? Huh?
Yeah, it will go back to the competencies again, right?
No. So you are, so you are looking at, hey, All these we are testing communication and influencing under these two exercises. Now, as an assessor, Murugan is an assessor who is now watching this SSC during group exercise. So he will observe and then he will say positive or communication. Okay. He will write that statement. Yes, teamwork plus or customer focus plus. Are you with me now? Listing out. So no way you are assuming things. No way you are inferring things. You are only doing as is, whatever he is exhibiting, demonstrating, nothing out of, like that's why I said, there is nothing like a conclusion. You are only writing verbatim everything and then saying, hey, this is teamwork, this is customer focus, this is what it is. Then the last step is evaluating. But how will you evaluate? Only based on all observable behaviors. No assumptions. No assumptions. So when you evaluate, what are you doing? Then you are saying, so when you evaluate, you will have a scale. No? 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. You can have a scale. I put it here also. Are you getting me? You understand a scale. Then you will put that behavior, whether it is 1 or 2 or 3. Not again like just like you wanted to put 1 for nothing or 2. It has to have a scientific logic criteria. Why you put it as 1. And now everybody will be using this common rating scale. So therefore, there is certain amount of standardization. Are you with me, guys? Please.
Yes.
Give me a thumbs up. That yes. That you can't put, all assessors can't put the way they want. They have to first of all look at behaviors, then look at what is given in the rating scale, and then accordingly put their 1, 2, 3, 4, which is poor, marginal. Once you do that, see, for every exercise, what you are observing, you are going to do this. Got it? For easy, for the assessor to make it, sometimes what happens, the assessment centers, for the assessor, because there's a paucity of time, they will list out everything so that for them it is only to put 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay? Observe, just check in it, put it. Just check in it and put it. Okay? Then what will you do? Then you will collate all the data. Under communication, what did I put? Right? Under teamwork, what rating did I give? Under customer focus, what did I do? Under the competencies, you are collating the data and you are giving a rating. Right? Assessors, all of them. So, assessor A has given this. Assessor B has, so like say for example, Manoj assessed a person and gave all this. Okay? Deepshika also assessed B and gave these ratings. And Murugan also assessed and gave all this. C, there will be another person. Now, for leadership, for say for example, here we are talking about Rahul as an SSC. So Manoj, Deepshika and Murugan have given 4. So is there a conflict here? Is there a conflict of rating?
If the rules is same, everyone follows the same rule, then
no. There is no conflict here, right? 4, 4, 4. Huh?
No.
No,
so
there's no.
Can I give a final overall rating as 4 then?
It is an average.
Yes.
Huh?
Yeah.
Yes, because there is no
It's an
conflict.
average.
You are agreeing, Deepshika is agreeing, everybody is agreeing. Okay?
Yeah.
Somebody said average. So 4. But in the second decision making, we will use an assessor's name here. Okay? So say for example, I'm testing Rahul and assessor A, B, C are there. So for Rahul, assessor A gave 2. Whatever they have observed, then assessor B gave 2 and assessor C gave 3. Now, here in the overall rating, it is not average. Is there a difference or no? Tell me first. Huh?
Yes.
Yeah.
Average will
Consensus
be
means
as mathematically
all
it
of
is
you
very
are
simple.
agreeing Because there is sufficient data. There is sufficient data, so all of you are agreeing. Average is different. Here, average does not work because it is all about behaviors. Okay? So this I have to make it very clear. So,
Ma'am,
therefore,
I
again,
have one
we are
question here.
integrating. Ha, Deepshika?
I have one question. How these
Yeah.
ratings would be different? Because as per the scale, it has been very nicely they described that if this if meets half 100%, then rating this. If meets half of it, so every assessor should give same mark.
Yes. Having said that, no. So maybe the anchors will be there, but maybe this guy has observed something else, and that's why he gave a higher rating, which somebody else has missed.
Understood.
Got
understood.
it?
Got it.
So it is so maybe something. So they will crash out. They'll say, hey, but see, I have seen him doing this. So everyone's probably yes. So they will then give a consensus, and then you are getting the consensus. Integration, that's called it as integration. Now, sorry. So typically it is like this. Typically when you get a report, it's like this, they do. Are you able to understand this table? It has blacks and whites, must be wondering. Manoj's gesture is making me feel, yes, ma'am, it's like a jigsaw puzzle. I'm not able to understand.
No, I was actually, I was thinking about now when you say this table, now when you say group exercise 5 for communication and influencing, this 5 is from, let's say, two assessors, right? Okay, now that means 2 people have given different rating, and then 5 has to come here. This means that there should be a alignment between these 2 assessors.
No. So in this, like, I will just take this. Let me explain this, how it looks. Now you have all this, vertically, you have all the competencies, right? This you understand now?
Yeah.
Communicating and influence, team working, building relationship, customer focus, all these are what? Competencies. Right? Huh? All these are, okay, I'll put it here. All these are competencies. Now, having said that, look at that assessment matrix. That means communicating and influencing has been evaluated or assessed through 2 exercises: group exercise and
Analysis.
And analysis presentation. So the participants went through group exercise and analysis presentation to evaluate this communication and influencing. Okay. Having said that, participating this, one participant under this and observe presentation 4. Maybe the behavior she presented as 4, but then getting more data, then they're discussing with all the other assessors. They said, hey, the person should get an overall rating of 4, which checking with other data also. Got it? There are 5 more assessors, 6 more assessors who and they looking, all the assessors are sitting with Manoj's data.
Okay.
Now, when I say Manoj's data, they have data of communicating and influencing everybody. They have data for team working. So they are collating and integrating all that data, discussing it, and then coming to an overall finding. Are you with me now?
Yeah. Okay.
So there is no average here. Got it? There is no average.
Ma'am,
So
here,
this, yeah.
So we are taking example of 3 assessors, right? So the numbers are odd, right? So let's say if there are only 2 assessors, one is giving 4 and another one is giving 3, then how will it be analyzed? Because we are going by consensus.
No. So you don't go by just numbers have no meaning. You are going back to your notes. What have you observed? What have you recorded? We'll go back by that. So that is your criteria, not just what. So we are again thrashing out. Hey, what is the basis of you giving 4? What is the basis of you giving 3? So they're checking back again. So that is where there is a very good, what I should say, robustness. Okay. That's why if you notice, a lot many times, even in senior recruitment positions, it's not just person taking a decision of hire director or a senior manager. There will be a panel of 3 people or 4 people. Because I may have missed something, you have observed something. So when again they sit together, they don't say average and then take a decision. They will ask with the data, the 4. Make sense?
Yeah.
Huh? Okay. All right. So before we then finally, when you'll get a, this is a very nice, you can easily do it, web design, this green is what, this is the benchmark. This is what you need to have at this level. Okay. And this is what through assessment you have got. And if you're doing it internally as a training need identification, then I can start giving trainings in those areas. Okay. Let me read it for you all. I wonder how many of you heard of this Virgin Group. Have you heard of Virgin Group? Huh?
Yes.
I'm
Yes,
sure.
yes.
Yeah. So Virgin is one of the most exciting brands in the world with a reputation for excellence and unique culture across its range of businesses. Okay. So the Virgin Group incorporates all these transport, mobile, financial services, leisure, retail, etc., etc. Now, the unique brand is built by breaking into actually markets which don't do well, and that's where they go innovate and give better service, better deals. Now, all the markets in which Virgin operates tend to have certain common features. And what are they? Virgin's strategic positioning is what in every market operates to be the consumer's champion, which is achieved by delivering what? Delivering value for money. So these are some of the things, what Virgin does. Value for money, good quality, excellent, brilliant customer service, innovation, and all the time, competitively challenging, okay, fun. So this is what it delivers to the consumer, you can say, or to the customer. What does it do? Good quality, customer service, innovation, competitively challenging, and fun. Now, if these are its values, now, how will it deliver these things? Only by its employee workforce ensuring that people who are delivering have these competencies, right? So therefore, although the Virgin Group is a family of businesses with shared brand, all of the companies run independently, and also they are joint ventures, they actually partner with others. Now, as Virgin grows around the globe, the group needs to ensure that the new businesses created operate from the start with a strong emphasis on brand and people values. So they have a very high sense of people values. So Virgin Mobile India is Virgin's latest venture in the telecom sector, and it wants to partner with Tata Tele. Now, so how do they want to do it? The company is predicted to grow rapidly, providing superior, again and again, superior customer service and attractive product offerings to give to the Indian customer. Okay. So the company will be launched, etc. So who is going to be a good Virgin fit? Or what does it take to be a good Virgin fit? Means what are they looking at people whom they hire? An individual who is young at heart or young, likes to have fun while working hard, and is comfortable with the Virgin values. And what are they? Again, customer focused. And what is customer focused? Thinks from the customer's perspective all the times, and have the ability to recognize and provide solutions to unique customer requirements. So whenever customer come out with some kind of unique requirements, they're able to recognize it and also to provide solutions. Then they're open, fun and friendly environment, energetic and enthusiastic, and self-starter. Now, if you look at this customer focus, energetic, enthusiastic, all these things are not trainable. They don't come all of a sudden.
This is personality.
You need to really have them as underlying characteristics.
Yeah.
Are you with me?
Yeah, this is more of
Give you an example.
personality. It's more of like a from inside, the inner.
Isn't it a trait? Isn't it a trait?
Yeah, it's a trait. Yes, yes.
Personal trait.
A trait. Huh? Suddenly a person can't become very enthusiastic and
Bond.
energetic. It has to be a trait, right? But I'll just give you an example. Say, for example, I have two animals, tortoise and squirrel. Okay. Now, what is the tortoise? It swims in water and it can really very swim fast. And a squirrel can climb the tree fast. So, if I were to have an animal which can climb a tree, so whom will I choose? Tortoise
Squirrel.
or squirrel? Obviously, squirrel. Why? It has a trait, it has natural competency. But so if I will still choose a tortoise, what will happen? I can keep training, I can invest so much of money, but yet, will I be able to get that best performance?
No.
No. So it's better to hire, recruit for a competency which what? Differentiates and also which cannot be trained in a shortest time. Like, for example, for a counselor, can empathy be taught in a shortest time? Empathy?
No.
It can't. Or, for example, for a sales guy, can communication skills be taught immediately as soon as he's working on the job? Manoj? Retail? Huh? It can't be because communication takes time. You can maybe teach him product knowledge if he's average, right? But you can teach the process, but you can't teach communication skills immediately. You can teach computer skills if he's average. I can give him 1 year booting or 2 months, no, 1 month booting or 2 months and bring him up to speed. But there are certain competencies which can't be taught in a short time. Are you with me now? Trying to say that's why it's very important to look at trades. When I'm selecting for a industrial relations manager, if the guy doesn't know some laws, don't worry, I can always bring him up to speed in the laws. I'll bring a book and teach him. But what is very important is he very good at that negotiation skills? Is he very good at building relationship, which cannot happen overnight? I can't teach him. But I can teach, IR laws, TK is not so good, I can. So I can't recruit this person or hire this person because he's no good in that. I can fill up his knowledge up to certain time, some skills, but not some of those traits which are not trainable in the shortest time. I'm trying to emphasize this because whenever we are hiring, recruiting, that is where is the differentiation. That is where we have to ensure, why is this good performer very good? What differentiates from the average performer? Okay. Okay. Now, these are all the responsibilities, key responsibilities of this customer champion. Got it? So what are the competencies you have? No, you have actually sourced resumes. You have done the preliminary screening, shortlisting. Now you have called how many people? You have called about 50 people. Okay. You want to conduct an assessment center because you want the right fit, ensure right fit. And you want to assess them on what competencies? Communication. As I said, communication cannot be taught immediately. So therefore, you want to really communication. Yeah. Customer focus. Achievement and results. Because he has to be a person who is highly driven to achieve, result oriented. Flexibility. He can't say, no, this is my policy and it can't happen. This only will happen. You have to understand and give resolutions to all the things to the customer. Flexibility, resilience. Sometimes you might defeat, sometimes, but he still has to spring up with energy. Problem solving and decision making. So these are the list of competencies. So, okay. Now you'll be put in two groups. First and the foremost, what is important is don't use whatever Vilma has also sent, almost like peeling the banana and giving. No. Use a new Excel sheet. I don't want you to go through it. Okay. List out all the competencies. All right. And create an assessment matrix. What do I mean assessment matrix? List out the competencies and discuss amongst yourself the best exercises which can, every competency should be assessed at least in, if not two exercises or two simulation exercises. Are you with me? Very clear? You are creating an assessment matrix. First thing you do that. Okay, it shouldn't take more time. How much time can be enough? But so 10 minutes. So what are you doing? Right now, don't get into the behavior list. Behavior list is also here. But just write the competencies and write the, create that assessment matrix where you will write, ensuring every competency is evaluated at least in two exercises. Murugan? Clear? Okay, guys, you're back. All of them? Okay. Now, which group would like to showcase the work?
Pratyay, Yogesh, and I.
Okay, done. Okay.
Okay. So the first competency that we are looking at is communication, that we can, go through role play, group discussion,
One second.
presentation.
Role play, yes, I agree. Then, you need to visualize. So role play means two people will be playing the part. So that means you have to communicate. So definitely I can observe how the participant is communicating. Okay. Group discussion also done. Then presentation. Then, so written exercises. So just think about it. So this role, champion, does it need both oral communication and also written communication?
There could be chats that they need to solve, I guess.
Okay, so that is why you are also looking at a written.
Right.
Okay. So, but in case sometimes what happens, if the focus is 80% written and only 20%, so that means when you're also doing an exercise, written should have more focus. Okay? Done. Okay. I give it to you.
Problem
Next.
solving and decision making. So we have role play.
In a role play, you are going to give that role play in such a way that you're going to give a problem. Huh? Okay.
Yeah. And then in basket, exercise.
1 second. Problem solving and decision making. Okay. In basket, I'll give it to you. Done.
And then group discussion.
Okay. All right.
And
okay, you wrote psychometric.
Yeah, Pratyay would be able to explain it.
Yeah, you said psychometric. Yeah. What kind of a psychometric are you going to do for problem solving?
So we can, during psychometric, we can check is he analytical or not, how to kind of analytical test or something, we can do it.
So here is it. So if I were to just give my, so typically a psychometric, I would rely more on exercise where I can observe behavior as opposed to a psychometric where, you are taking maybe inventory test where, you're taking.
Right.
So I wouldn't rely much on a psychometric for this competency. Okay. All right.
Nirmala, how about if there was case study? Can we do that? Because it would test ability to analyze complex problems, identify key issues.
Sure. Sure. But here is my piece of advice. Customer champion, right? So at the entry level. So case study, maybe I would do it at a little 2 levels higher.
Okay, fine.
Got it? Because
Got it.
to look at the case study, correlate it with, as I again yesterday emphasized on, complexity of his work, which will come out through that job description, job analysis. So look at what he is doing, and then have tools or exercises designed in such a way that they are going to take care of the complexities of the job he is doing. Because the nature of the complexity will not be so high, that case study, I would recommend typically at a 2 levels higher. Okay? Done.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, carry on.
Achievement and result through in-basket exercise, wherein the candidate in question would be able to effectively prioritize tasks, meet deadlines, and demonstrate a strong sense of ownership over his or her work.
Yeah, but still again, let me give you my suggestion here. This is for both the groups. And in-basket is more for a person who's primarily doing a lot of, administrative job, etc., etc. Here, this guy is on to the customer, on to most of the time sales. You getting me? So in-basket may not be very, very appropriate. Are you with me?
Right. We were really struggling in this
But
particular
am I able
competency.
to am I able to justify that?
Yeah.
In basket may not be, because 80% of the time you are actually facing the customer. Think of the guy who's all the time getting, calls, this one, that. So that guy is only trying to solve. So in basket, kahan baith ke kahan aap in tray mein kitne mails dikhte rahoge? Okay.
Right.
So that will be for a team manager, or I would say a team lead. Okay. Yeah.
Okay. And then it's interviews.
Interview,
For
okay. Interview will test for everything. So I will say, I will give you granted interview you can have. Right? Yeah.
right. Next is customer focus. I guess I skipped
Then what happened to
resilience.
resilience, guys?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's in basket and role play.
I wouldn't, again, I said I have my opinion about in basket, where I would say inappropriate for a customer champion. In basket, though, I will definitely say, hey, it has to be a 2 levels above a team lead, maybe a team manager. Okay. So you can leave out for the entry level guy in basket. Got it? Okay.
Okay.
Not a very appropriate exercise. Resilience means even if I'm down in the dumps, I have to bloody pick up and then become very resilient. So what kind of an exercise will help you? Maybe a crisis kind of a situation you can give.
Okay.
You getting me? Crisis management. How does he manage? So because this is more like, this is not a desk job. This is all the time customers are popping in, they're giving you complaints, they're doing, how are you going to reduce? Sometimes you may succeed,
So,
sometimes you may not. So you want to give a crisis management where, somebody is an aggrieved customer or consumer who's come out with, so you can bring in that intensity in a role play.
right.
Got it?
The ability
Okay.
to stay calm, focused, and adaptable in a high
Exactly,
pressure
because you will see,
environment.
I want it right away. What the hell are you doing? I've given you so much of this. What is, you will come across some people like that, right?
Right. Right. So
That's
in resilience, psychometric.
psychometric resilience. Again, psychometric, I will normally use a psychometric test to support the data which is coming out from this observed data. I will correlate with psychometric. Are you with me? I will
Yes.
not take a
Ma'am,
decision on
regarding what?
psychometric. I will only
what
correlate
traits?
it and use it at supportive.
I'm
For what traits
sorry.
basically you will be using psychometric test to find out on what traits? Ma'am, I am asking which traits basically you will focus on through psychometric test. Which traits?
Which
Traits.
trait?
Yeah.
Which test?
Which traits of a
Right. Okay. See, resilience means one is again to be very persistent.
Yeah.
No, resilience is a
Right.
guy who's saying that, hey, I don't give up easily.
Yeah.
Persistent.
Yeah.
So you have to think of a task where, like a crisis or something, in spite of that, he is ready to put himself
Ma'am, my question
and
is,
spring
through
back.
psychometric test, what kind of traits we can find out?
What kind of, see, so it depends on which psychometric test are you using. But now I was just talking to them, no? So in psychometric test, typically, I wouldn't use a psychometric for a resilience. Let me tell you. For resilience, huh? Because typically psychometric tests will assess mostly your what I should say, if you're using an MBTI, it is your extrovertism. You could use to certain extent MBTI, because if you are a resilient person, you will be high on the what? Extrovertism. High on the extrovertism, because this guy who's an extroverted person gets his energy from external stimuli.
Right.
Okay, so I could use an MBTI. Have you ever used an MBTI, guys?
Yeah.
Huh? Guys, we have an
Yes.
MBTI. I'll ask Vilma to give it and also the key. Then you can get your profile as to what you are. And then probably we can help you out in terms of, how does that, I mean, how does that align with your role? One is getting your MBTI profile and you are in a particular role. So does it actually align? Is there a synergy or you need to improve? Okay, so resilience, to some extent, you can actually test it through a MBTI.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
Next one is customer focus through role play.
Yeah. Customer focus can be
We can give
definitely,
customer
it
service
comes out
scenarios
very,
and
very
that.
clearly. In a role play, it comes out very, very clearly. Done. I give it to
Right.
you.
And then
Teamwork also, teamwork role play. Teamwork, maybe you give a group task. No?
right.
A group
Like
task where everybody should
teamwork
put together.
scenarios and group discussion for collaboration.
See, not just some group discussion and leave it. They have to come to a conclusion and say what kind of a recommendation. So then you can see what kind of a teamwork. Like, for example, that, ranking of that moon thing.
Right.
So how do they work together? Or will they say, no, my ranking is very important, just go about. So you want to see how, is that person seeking information? Is that person giving information? All that, is there synergy in his way of working? All that you have to see in teamwork, right?
Right.
Okay.
Then
Flexibility.
role play, adapting to just to check adapting to change, and then in basket exercise wherein we will put
Yeah, but this group, let me also tell you, guys, in basket it won't be an appropriate one for entry level position. Okay, and also a sales position or a
so it will
customer
be only
position.
role play.
Yeah, you can use role play, you can use situational, you can use group discussion, you can use written exercise, but definitely a no to in basket. In basket is
Okay.
mostly for roles where you have a lot of administrative job to be done. So how does this guy manage time? How does he do planning and organizing? How does he take delegation? How does he decide that kind of a thing? Okay.
All right.
The focus here for this job is a little different. It will be very inappropriate to use an in basket. Done? Okay. But nevertheless, good job done. A lot of thinking went through. I'm glad about it. Okay. Can I have the other group now, guys? Good work. Good work to all the group members. Don't have chocolates I would have given. Maybe virtual chocolates. Huh? Okay, let me see
Okay,
this now.
so this is from group 2. So we have identified Of course, the competencies were listed already, and
Yeah,
these are
yeah.
the activities that we will do. So group discussion, we thought about communication and teamwork. We can assess from group discussion.
Yeah, absolutely. I will
Okay.
give it because
Uh,
when you're discussing on a particular thing, definitely what you are observing is that guy, whether he's open speaking or not speaking or fumbling or trying to find words, so you can make out
and plus, if it's a leaderless group, then the teamwork
all the more.
component can
True.
be also be assessed. Next
Absolutely.
is interview. In interview, we can assess flexibility and communication. Uh, at, yeah, I will still say some level of problem solving and decision making with some situational based kind of questions. We can assess that.
In what?
Role
In
play. Sorry.
situational judgment you can, and also even in role play you can see how this guy is doing problem solving, decision making. Like for example, simply the customer comes up with a defective product or defective thing, so how is he going to solve that, what action is he taking, so you can definitely those behaviors will come out. Okay, yeah.
Then we
Then
have customer focus. We said role play and
sure,
situational judgment.
right.
Then we have achievement and results. We have a listed crisis management test here.
Yes, you
Uh,
can do that.
yeah, but
Absolutely.
we were trying to think about one more activity for achievement and results, which is something
Yeah,
which
one
was
more is
debatable.
like, for example, when you typically do an interview, and in the next session, we'll be teaching you the technique called behavioral event interviewing. The BEI, you can come out with, what this guy has achieved results in critical situations. You can easily do that through an interviewing BEI method. Hmm? Yeah.
Flexibility is interview, role play, psychometric test.
I couldn't give you an S for psychometric test flexibility, that is adaptability or flexibility. You can't come out much with that
Yeah.
psychometric
Okay.
test. Okay.
Okay. Okay. And
Again, flexibility is
flexibility
a
can be for situational judgment can be because
true,
if it's
true.
a
Absolutely. Absolutely.
or it can be crisis management also possibly because when you have a crisis, what kind of flexibility somebody is showing or adapting to the situations.
Easy only
Uh,
sticking to one way of looking at things, or easy actually flexible to look at other options as well. Surely you can look at that. Hmm.
okay.
Teamwork,
Teamwork is a group
leaderless
discussion, of
group
course.
discussion. Hmm.
Leaderless group discussion, crisis management tests. Um
Yeah.
we were trying to judge like what can be the crisis management test because sometimes you have difficult situations or crisis within the team. So how somebody will act or respond in that case.
Like, for example, there is a team goal. Okay, there are 5 salespeople, and you have to finish the job. So, how are you going to do within the particular deadline? Are you going to share, seek, give, collaborate? Because there is a team incentive there. Huh? And then you can look at that.
Okay. Uh, Last is resilience, which is role play, integrity tests, and crisis management. We went
Integrity
through
test.
the
For
Integrity
situation.
test, I will definitely go for banking and in financial
yeah
services you need high integrity. So therefore, definitely that becomes very high importance. I hope you know that. In banking, financial things, integrity becomes very, very important,
yeah
right?
yeah
But
yeah
here, integrity test, resilience can come out even with a
Situation.
situational crisis management. Behaviors can come out.
okay.
Resilience. What is resilience? Means in a crisis, how are you
In a
going to show
crisis
your
management,
ship is sinking? How are you going to say? Are you going to say, "Oh my God, now had it, we got," or how will you
yeah
pick up threads? No.
pick up the
Yeah. So situation and also crisis can be done, but no to integrity. No to integrity, and flexibility. Psychometric test may not be really a very appropriate one. Okay. Guys, very good
Yeah.
work. So I think wonderful. All of you can actually give a good, nice clap and I mean to yourself, nice and good work done. At least, I feel good that you have been able to. What is important here? I can have a laundry list of exercises, but that's not important. Whether when you evaluate, can you evaluate that particular competency through that exercise? Will behaviors show up? Will appropriate behaviors be observed through that exercise? That is key. No, I will have one exercise and it does not assess those behaviors, then what's the point? Okay. Any clarifications before we break for a small break? Any clarifications? None. I can see
Ma'am,
Manoj is saying no.
for any specific role, we need to have minimum 2 or 3 simulations, or what is your suggestion?
No. Just repeat your question. Any?
I'm saying for any assessment center, for a particular job, if you are evaluating, assessing the candidates, how many types of simulation we should do at least? It will based on competency.
If you have 3 critical competencies,
Yeah.
okay, so that means what? Every competency should be assessed twice.
Twice. Correct.
Means
Okay.
that behavior should come out. So at
Right.
least you should have, if not just 3, at least 4. Okay.
Okay.
Because those 4, there'll be overlap. So exercises will, will be assessing the competency. 1 or 2 competencies. Got it?
Yes.
Okay. Or would you like, so before we actually do another activity in continuation with that, how many of you have done this career drivers assessment? Anybody? At least one of you, so that I can just explain and interpret the results so that you can go back. Any one of you have done that? It's okay. So maybe you all can do it and send it to Wilma, and then individually, then we can give you your score and your, I mean, motivations and your career drivers, which are the highest. Okay. All right. Having said that, now can one of you share your screen? That whatever work you have done, because we have learned all the theory, knowledge part. We have to
You're talking
build up on
about
the
this?
skill part for you. Yeah, any one of you. Huh?
Okay.
So we are now building up on the skill part. So the first step was identifying the competencies, which you have already done. And then the second step was trying to create an assessment matrix, that is a list of job simulation exercises, which can assess the competencies. Now, the third step. What is the third step? Ultimately, you want to put together, you have already a behavior list. So, what I want you all to do now is, for these, I don't want to give all of them, but I will give you the easy ones. For both the groups, the same thing. Communication, problem solving and decision making, and customer focus and teamwork. So 4. You have to look at their list of behaviors which are already given there, the definition of that communication. So how you have to do it, the template will be write communication, write the definition, and then pull out certain behavioral list from that list of behaviors and write the scale anchors, only 1, 2, 3. That means basic, advanced, and proficient. You got it? Or
Yes.
shall I tell you? One second. Will you just stop sharing? I will just go to that.
Yes.
Thank you. Yeah. I'll take teamwork. Okay. So what you need to do, so you will not club everything together. So so you have to do for 4. Teamwork, definition. You have to know what is teamwork. An individual who can positively contribute to the establishment and development of internal and external relationship for the benefit of the team. Now, why is the definition given like this, both internal and external? As I said, every definition of a competency is contextual. In the context of Virgin Mobile, that customer care champion who will be working, he'll be working both with an internal team and also external people, right? So therefore, teamwork. Now, I will only look at, say for example, support others' contribution to the team. This is one of the behavioral checklist, behavioral indicator. Now you have to create a rating scale 1, 2, 3. 1 will be almost negative, 2 will be positive, 3 will be higher. That means does not support the team
Does not
members
support. Yeah.
does in the contribution of the team. Okay. Does support to some extent in the contribution. Takes proactive action in contributing, no? Seeks or gives support much in advance for the contribution of the team. Okay. So I want you to pick up 4 or 5 indicators and create bars, which are very, very important. And this is a skill, guys. This is a skill. So you have to really be there, be what I say as, mindful, be in the state. So for everything, maybe only 2 or 3 you can take. But for 4 competencies, you have already a list of behaviors. All that you need to do is create a scale, a continuum from negative to positive. 1, 2, 3. That is good enough. Very clear? So that means you won't merge it. So create an Excel sheet, teamwork, 1, 2, 3 bars. Then again another one. So one whole Excel sheet, you can keep doing it in the same one, right? Got it?
Yeah. Okay.
Then
So
you will hone your skills. Let me tell you. You will.
I have a
Huh?
question here.
Pratya, is this Pratya talking?
No,
Huh.
I have a question here.
Oh,
So
Manoj.
for
Yeah, Manoj.
each, you can say each level, let's say basic, proficiency, advanced, we should have at least 3 to 4, you can say
Yeah, you can
explanation,
stick
right?
to only 3. I don't mind.
3,
Just
3.
3.
Okay.
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. And among the indicators, take interesting ones. Take 4 of where there is challenge at least. Don't take
Okay.
the easiest one and say, TK, bhai, I have to take only 3. I'll take the easiest one and do it.
Okay.
Okay. Done?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Can we have any group?
Yeah, we'll go first. Pratya, if you could put it on screen. So the first competency that we are looking at is teamwork. Definition is an individual who can positively contribute to the establishment and development of internal and external relationships for the benefit of the team, department, and Virgin Mobile. The assessment indicators that we have used, first one is demonstrate
So
sensitivity.
1 second. So as per the definition, that means when I'm looking at teamwork for this role called customer service champion, so he has to deal with both external stakeholders, internal stakeholders, because you see, as per their values, you have to all the time be giving out innovative solutions, understand. So teamwork is really required at a team level, department level, and also at an organization level. That's the definition. Okay. Now you have taken 3 behavioral indicators. Okay. All right.
Yeah.
Let us look at that one. Demonstrate sensitivity.
Sensitivity when dealing with colleagues.
Okay. Okay. So
That
how would you put? Okay. So what are the rating? What are the behavioral anchors on a 1 basic, advanced, and expert?
that is acknowledge and respect colleagues' opinion and feelings, wherein he works well with others to achieve shared goals and treats colleagues with consideration and fairness.
Okay. Okay. All right.
Advances collaboration and mentorship. That is assessment indicator is contribute views to take the team forward and perform. Oh, sorry. Uh, for
So
this, it
it's
will
like
be
this.
recognized when
Got it.
colleague. For this, the assessment indicator is recognized when colleagues need support, and the behavior anchored this thing is collaboration and mentorship, wherein actively seeks input from others and builds consensus, and gives mentorship, wherein provides guidance and support to the team members.
Okay. Okay.
And the third assessment indicator is contribute views to take the team forward and perform. So leadership, he or she inspires and motivates the team to achieve exceptional results, and team development, wherein contributes to a positive and productive team culture.
Okay. So here is it. So
I
the
also
purpose of
wanted
this.
to add networking here, wherein I could say builds strong relationships with internal and external stakeholders.
Okay. So here is it. So when I said you have to write these behavioral indicators bars on a basic advanced expert, the underlying motive or the underlying interest was, now for teamwork, you have designed two exercises. If I'm right, one could be a role play, right? In your assessment matrix, what have you looked at for teamwork assessing?
Role play,
Role play
and
and
the group discussion.
and group discussion. See,
Right.
I'm establishing I'm now putting you think that maybe you or maybe another assessor is now in that assessment center. Okay. Now, you as an assessor, you have to assess what teamwork, whether he's a good team worker on a rating scale of 1 to 3. All right. Now
Yes.
you are looking at what exercise, say role play. Think of a role play, what you have suggested. Now, when the role play is going on, okay, you have looked at. So I said, to simplify your things, I said, look at 3 indicators. Demonstrate sensitivity when dealing with colleagues. Okay, simple. So so the idea was, are you in a position to observe the behavior, this demonstrating sensitivity, plus SCN or minus SCN when he is dealing with colleagues at a basic level, advanced level, expert level? Are you getting me what I'm saying? So
Yes.
therefore, when I design an assessment center, I also have to have certain behaviors anchored at basic, advanced, and expert, so that I may not exactly, as an SSC, I may not exactly demonstrate those behaviors, but at least I, as an assessor, I can make out, that will be an anchor for me. Oh, this is somewhere like basic, this is somewhere like advanced. So to even pinpoint that behavior, I should be able to observe them. So that means whatever you write there, whether it is basic, advanced, expert, you should write, your description should be such that it should be action, it should be observable. For example, collaboration and mentorship. Can I observe collaboration and mentorship? I can't observe. What is that he is doing to show that he is collaborative and mentorship is what I can observe, but I can't observe. So what I observe, I can then conclude saying, oh, it was high on collaboration and mentorship. Are you getting me where I'm trying to
Right.
establish a linkage? Leadership, team development, that is an inference, that is a conclusion. But what is that he is doing to show leadership and team development? Are you with me
Right.
now? Are you with
Right.
me?
Right.
This is what is behaviors, anchors. Okay. You already have certain behavioral list. Now trying to put them on a continuum of a 1, 2, and 3 scale, you have to actually write those descriptors of behavior which I can observe, not inferences or conclusions. I can infer by a list of 1, 2, 3 things. Yes, he has shown leadership and team development, but I have to write them. I can't
Right.
assume. I can't assume. Are you, for the entire group, guys, very important. In an assessment center, I cannot assume, I cannot infer. I have to observe, record, classify, evaluate. So in order to observe, at least I should see, he's
Right.
not speaking, he's keeping shut, he's shaking his hand, he's fumbling. These are all certain things which I can see. He is asking people to take, he's providing what alternatives, or he is giving more information to seek their recommendations, to seek their suggestions. Somewhere that means leadership. No, he
Right.
is getting information. So I hope, so this is the idea when I'm trying to tell you that, hey, in an assessment center, I cannot assume, I cannot infer. I have to observe, record, classify, evaluate. In order to classify and evaluate, I should also to record, I should see some observable behaviors, because observable behaviors can be measured. Okay. Now, when you write collaboration or when you write leadership, I can't contribute views to take the team forward and perform. So this can be extended into a basic advanced expert by saying, what can you say? We'll just take one. Contribute views. Does not contribute. I can see that, no, he is most of the time quiet, does not take the initiative to contribute to his views. Can I see that in a group discussion? If Rahul is all the time quiet and does not even take any action, I can see that, right? Huh?
Right.
So that means
Yeah.
that's an observable behavior. I will write about Rahul that minus does not take any initiation to contribute views towards the team. No,
Right.
I hope you got what I'm trying to convey. Okay, guys, let us see the
Right.
next one in your group only for communication. Seem to have written something nice. Communication. Can I see the now? Can we go
Pratyay,
to
can you
communication?
uh
Why Rahul? You're asking now someone to, yeah, continue. Yeah, let us see communication. Very simple, no? Definition, ability to communicate effectively in both written and verbal. Okay, done. Okay. Now let us see what are some of the, bars you have written. Yes. Delivery, their words are easily understood, appropriately paced. Clearly speaking, voice and delivery of the words is easily understood. Okay, understand. Listening and understanding well checks understanding when notices is clear. Okay, to certain extent, I can observe these things, whatever you have written. Provides a lasting impression. You will remember doing good business with them. Takes a rapport building opportunity. Uses your name, asks. Very good. So, can you see some of these things I can observe?
right.
Your group,
Yeah.
guys. So,
Yeah.
I can observe these things. I can make a note of them, and then I can classify and I can evaluate, right?
Right.
What I cannot observe, that means no data. Got it?
Right.
Okay. So now are you able to understand how to write these bars?
Right.
Yes.
Also, let me tell you to make it simplified. So typically when we do a competency mapping, say for example, I'm doing competency mapping for this customer service champion. So when I write these 3 or 4 competencies, I'm also writing bars. Okay, 3 bars, so that they are all ready. And this, when I'm observing, it gives me an indication for me, hey, where is this, what I'm observing? Is it at a 1 or is it at a 2 or is it at a 3? Not exactly go by verbatim what you have written, whether he is exactly doing that. No, this behavior gives me an anchor or an indication. Okay, where to place his behavior on which scale, 1 or 2 or 3. Good to go? Okay, guys, are you all on the same page? Clarified on how to do? Can we go to
Yeah.
the next group in the work as well? Yeah, maybe we can just discuss one competency only here. Okay, yeah, go ahead, guys.
So communication, this is the definition of communication.
Good.
We have identified that group discussion interview will be assessed for the communication. Now, basic, proficiency, and advanced. This is like point number one is linked to this also. So able to understand and communicate in simple way, positively and friendly personality, able to reciprocate, make effortless relationship, build quick to build rapport, and natural way
So
of
can
building
you observe
relationship.
this? Can you observe this? Yes. Huh? Maybe even quick to build rapport, you can give some non-verbal cues there. Huh? Giving a handshake, maintaining eye contact, right? When you're
Yeah,
building a rapport, even the non-verbal cues also matter a lot. Do they or do they not?
yeah,
Yes.
yes.
Huh? So those are also things which you can make note of when you are making notes. No?
Okay.
Okay. Huh. Very good.
Uh, Natural way to build relationship, very positive in their approach,
So even
highly
in
enthusiastic
proficiency, he is
individual.
asking questions, probing more. That is also some behavior I can make notes of. That means he's asking
Yes,
questions,
yes.
he's probing questions, wanting to know more. So that is observed, can be observed.
Okay.
Yeah.
And for proficiency, the similar way, the able to probe and use questioning techniques to get more information. Here it is only basic questions, but it is more
Yeah. Yeah.
questions
Yeah. Mm.
to be asked and understand the question and able to give multiple options.
Okay.
This is only understanding the situation or for the clarity. That's it.
Right. Right.
And able to respond and address systematically, logically in multiple suggestions with multiple
Giving lot of
suggestions.
suggestions, etc. Okay,
Yeah.
good. So
So
all
this
this you
is
can observe and not necessarily word to word what you have written, you are looking for it there in that SSC. So whatever he is doing, you can actually then observe and put it, hey, is he at one basic or proficiency level or at a advanced level? And these are your guiding indicators. Are you
yeah.
with me, guys? Okay. So good job done. I mean, by and large, I think you've got the message. You've understood that behavior is something which is observed, and it is not something which I can't observe or judgmental or inferences or assumptions. Don't go by assumptions. Assumptions means that you don't have sufficient data which can be observed. Okay. All right. Okay. Can you now stop sharing, Manoj? Yeah. Yeah. Any questions? And any questions, please? You have done this
No.
exercise. Any questions?
No,
Huh?
basic understanding is really good. The only challenge now, what we faced with me, the Dipshika and Murugan, was like writing for each sentence, we have to think
Think.
or
Now,
visualize how.
so when you drive a car, for you, it must be coming very, very easily. But for a learner, he will say, should I put a clutch one? Now clutch two. अरे इतना भी नहीं जानते हो क्या? Because I'm an expert. And you will say, what is this? But for that learner, so you are in that learning stage. You are in what? Conscious competence. What is this conscious competence? Anybody who has got a background of psychology? Okay. So, so when there is this learning, when you are learning, we call it as conscious competence. That means you are now developing everything, learning. Now, if I do this, I have to do this consciously. So I will give you an example. I think I gave yesterday the driver's example. So when I'm learning, I'm igniting. Then at this I have to put a gear one, clutch one. Then again I have to go into gear two. So everything I'm doing it, very consciously. That's called conscious competence. I'm learning. But you have now learned driving month on month. You are driving, and you are slowly and slowly. You don't need any driving lessons. You got your driving certificate, but still you'll be very careful. You will be conscious of when do I put in gear one, when do I put in gear two. But after a year, what will you do? Will you still be doing that? Or the moment you will ignite, you won't even see you know exactly in which gear you are. Yes or no?
Yes.
Yeah.
After a year or two. That is called unconscious competence. Means it is, automatically which gear you are driving also by listening to that noise. Unconscious competence. That means when you're doing a lot of first time wage settlement, second time wage settlement, you're doing consciously, you'll get market data, you'll do everything, you'll list very conscious. But after many times when you do wage settlement, you know at the back of your hand, hey, this fellow is saying something, you know to do this way. So it is becoming your unconscious competence. Expert level. Are you with me? So all of you are in that conscious competence. So especially when you are doing a competency framework and especially all these behaviors, the first thing you will become is, hey, is this assumption? Is it a behavior? Can I observe it? That's the first thing you will do, right? You know, to make a differentiation, because all of you will assume, will think, he's you will be mostly judgmental. You'll say, oh, he's good at this. But you won't even look at, can I observe these behaviors in them? So how can I say this? So you will begin to start looking at it. In fact, if you are in a managerial position doing a performance review, you will definitely look at all those key indicators of behaviors before you jump into judgments that, hey, you have not done the job badly. Badly, you've done the job badly, or you've done this like this, which is a judgment. Okay. All right, guys. Having said that, I told you assessment centers and development centers, the process is the same, but the goal is different. Assessment is for selection, development is for developing talent. It could be for any reasons internally. It could be for promotion, for succession, for training and development, etc. Everything internal. Okay. Having said that, typically, at the entry level, these are some of the things you test for. Aptitude tests, and these are some of the tests you give at an entry level. The simulation exercises and the competencies which you test are different at different levels, obviously, because the job definition, the job complexities are different. For a mid-level, it will be different. Mid-level, maybe you will look at leadership, you look at, what is it typically in crisis management, how does he really act? Resilience is there because you got to be really high on resilience. Senior level, you are looking at certain different kind of job simulation exercises, because the kind of competencies you want to assess are very, very different. All right. So these are some of the things. And when we look at a report card, you can get a report card like this. List of competencies and the rating scales. What is required vis-a-vis? Where did you find them? Okay. Then in terms of gaps, threshold and differentiating, you will assess it and then you will take a call. Okay. Calendar, that means on the day, how will it appear like this? From this time, they'll do this, then then they will do this, then they will do this. So there will be a kind of, a calendar, and you will actually plan out from what time to what time, which exercise, who are going to come in, etc. So it needs a lot of planning. And typically, if I were to show you in a flow kind of a chart, it looks like this. Okay.
Ma'am, if you can share this PPT with us as well.
Yes, Wilma is always doing everything, okay? You always get much more than what is required. So this PPT will be shared with you all. Right?
We'll send it
Using
together
for
at
all
the
this,
end. At the end, we'll send it together.
Yeah. So guys, with this, I actually complete the assessment center, and I hope you've got some good understanding and knowledge and also a skill level of designing and assessment center, and how to actually then write a list of behaviors, the definitions and the bars. So with this, we complete this and we go on for a competency based interview in a next session.